My Lord, Bag of Rice. Long, long ago, there lived in Japan a brave warrior known to all as Tawara Toda, or My Lord Bag of Rice. But his true name was Fujiwara Hidesato, and there is a very interesting story of how he came to change his name, of which I will tell you now. One day he sallied forth in search of adventure, for he had the nature of a warrior and could not bear to be idle for too long. So he buckled on his 2 swords, took his huge bow, much taller than himself by the way, in his hand, and slinging his quiver on his back, he started out on his journey. He had not gone far when he came to the bridge of Seta no Karashi, spanning one end of the beautiful lake Biuha. No sooner had he set foot on the bridge than he saw lying across his path a huge serpent dragon. Its body was so big that it looked like the trunk of a large pine tree, and it took up the whole width of the bridge. One of its huge claws rested on the parapet of one side of the bridge, while its tail lay right across the other. The monster seemed to be asleep, and as it breathed, fire and smoke came out of its nostrils. At first, Hidesato could not help feeling alarmed at the sight of this horrible reptile that laid in his path, for he must either turn back or walk right over its body. However, he was indeed a brave man, and putting aside all fear, went forward dauntlessly. Crunch, crunch, he stepped now on the dragon's body, now between its coils, and without even one glance backward, he went on his way. He had only gone a few steps when he heard someone calling him from behind, and on turning back, he was much surprised to see that the monster dragon had entirely disappeared, and in its place was a strange-looking man, who was bowing most ceremoniously to the ground. His red hair streamed over his shoulders, and was surmounted by a crown in the shape of a dragon's head, and his sea-green dress was patterned with shells. Hidesato knew at once that this was no ordinary mortal, and he wondered much at the strange occurrence. Where had the dragon gone in such a short space of time? Or had it transformed itself into this man? And what did the whole thing mean anyway? While these thoughts passed through his mind, he had come up to the man on the bridge, and now addressed him. "Was it you that called me just now?" "Yes, it was I," answered the man. "I have an earnest request to make to you. Do you think you could perhaps grant it to me?" "If it is in my power to do so, I will," answered Hidesato. "But first, tell me, who are you?" "I am the Dragon King of the lake, and my home is in these waters, just under this bridge." Hidesato looked back at him. "And what is it that you have to ask of me?" he said. The dragon responded, "I want you to kill my mortal enemy, the centipede, who lives on the mountain beyond." And the Dragon King pointed to a high peak on the opposite shore of the lake. "I have lived for many years in this lake, and I have a large family of children and grandchildren. For some time past we have lived in terror, you see, for this monster centipede has discovered our home, and night after night it comes and carries off one of my family. Oh, I am powerless to save them. If it goes on much longer like this, not only shall I lose all of my children, but surely I myself must fall victim to the monster. I am therefore very unhappy, and in my extremity I am determined to ask the help of a human being. Oh, for many days with this intention I have waited on the bridge in the shape of a horrible serpent dragon that you saw, in hope that some strong, brave man would come along. But all who came this way, as soon as they saw me, they were terrified and ran away as fast as they could. You are the first man I have found able to look at me without fear, did you know? So I knew that at once you were a man of great courage. Oh, I beg you, please have pity on me. Will you not help me kill my enemy, the centipede? Hidesato felt very sorry for the Dragon King upon hearing his story, and readily he promised to do what he could to help him. The warrior asked where the centipede lived, so that he may attack the creature at once. The Dragon King replied that its home was on the mountain Mikami, but that as it came every night at a certain hour to the palace of the lake, well, it would be much better to wait till then. And so Hidesato was conducted to the palace of the Dragon King under the bridge. Strange to say, as he followed his host downwards, the waters parted to let them pass, and his clothes, well, they did not even feel damp as he passed through the flood. Never had Hidesato seen anything so beautiful as this palace built of white marble beneath the lake. He had often heard of the Sea King's palace at the bottom of the sea, where all the servants and retainers were saltwater fishes. But here was a magnificent building in the heart of Lake Biwa. The dainty goldfishes, red carp, and silvery trout, they all waited upon the Dragon King and his newly arrived guest, of course. Well, Hidesato was astonished further at the feast that was prepared for him. The dishes were crystallized lotus leaves and flowers, and the chopsticks were of the rarest, blackest ebony. As soon as they sat down, the sliding doors opened, and 10 lovely goldfish dancers came out, and behind them followed 10 red carp musicians, with the koto and the shamisen. And thus the hours flew by until midnight, and the beautiful music and dancing had banished all thoughts of the centipede. The Dragon King was about to pledge the warrior in a fresh cup of wine, when the palace was suddenly shaken by a tramp, tramp, as if a mighty arm had begun to march not far away. Hidesato and his host both rose to their feet and rushed to the balcony, and the warrior saw on the opposite mountain 2 great balls of glowing fire coming nearer and nearer. The Dragon King stood by the side of the warrior, trembling with fear. "The centipede! The centipede! Oh, those 2 balls of fire are its eyes! It is coming for us, its prey! Now is the time to kill it!" Hidesato looked where his host had pointed, and in the dim light of the starlit evening, behind the 2 balls of fire, He saw the long body of an enormous centipede winding round and round the mountains, and the light in its 100 feet glowed like so many distant lanterns moving slowly toward the shore. Hidesato showed not the least sign of fear, and he tried to calm the Dragon King. "Don't be afraid, King. I will surely kill this centipede. Just bring me my bow and arrows. Bring them to me now." The Dragon King did as he was bid to, and the warrior noticed that he had only 3 arrows left in his quiver. He took the bow, and fitting an arrow to the notch, took careful aim and let fly. The arrow hit the centipede right in the middle of its head, but instead of penetrating, it glanced off, harmless, and fell to the ground. Nothing daunted, Hidesato took another arrow, fitted it to the notch of the bow, and let loose. Again the arrow hit the mark. It struck the centipede right in the middle of its head, only to glance off and fall to the ground. The centipede was invulnerable to weapons. But when the Dragon King saw that even this brave warrior's arrows were powerless to kill the centipede, oh, how he lost heart, and he began to tremble with fear. The warrior saw that he had now only 1 arrow left in his quiver, and if this one failed, he could not kill the monster centipede. He looked across the waters. The huge reptile had wound its horrid body 7 times round the mountain, and would soon come down to the lake. Nearer and nearer gleamed the fireballs of eyes, and the light of its 100 feet began to throw reflections in the still waters. Then suddenly, the warrior remembered that he had heard that human saliva was deadly to centipedes. But this was certainly no ordinary centipede. This was so monstrous that even to think such a creature made one creep with horror. Hidesato determined to try his last chance, so taking his final arrow and putting the end of it in his mouth, he fitted to the notch of his bow, took careful aim, and the arrow was loose. This time, the arrow again hit the centipede right in the middle of its head, but instead of glancing off harmlessly as before, it struck home to the creature's brain. And then, with a convulsive shudder, the serpentine body stopped moving, and the fiery light of its great eyes and 100 feet darkened to a dull glare like the sunset of a stormy day, and then went out in blackness. A darkness now spread over the heavens. The thunder rolled, and the lightning flashed, and the wind roared in fury, and it seemed as if the world was coming to an end. The Dragon King and his children and retainers all crouched in different parts of the palace, frightened to death, for the building was shaking to its foundation. At last, the dreadful night came to an end. Day dawned, beautiful and clear, and the centipede was gone from the mountain. Then Hidesato called to the Dragon King to come out with him to the balcony, for the centipede was dead, and he had nothing left to fear. Then all the inhabitants of the palace came out with joy, and Hidesato pointed to the lake. There lay the body of the dead centipede floating on the water. which was dyed red with its blood. The gratitude of the Dragon King, of course, knew no bounds. The whole family came and bowed down before the warrior, calling him their preserver and the bravest warrior in all of Japan. Another feast was prepared, more sumptuous than the first. All kinds of fish, prepared in every imaginable way, raw, stewed, boiled, roasted, served on coral trays and crystal dishes, all placed before Hidesato. And the wine, oh, that was the best that Hidesato had ever tasted in his life. To add to the beauty of everything, the sun shone brightly. The lake glittered like a liquid diamond, and the palace was 1,000 times more beautiful by day than it was by night. His host tried to persuade the warrior to stay for a few days, but Hidesato insisted on going home, saying that he had now finished what he had come to do, and he must return. The Dragon King and his family were all very sorry to have had him leave so soon, but since he would go, they begged him to accept a few small presents, so they said, in token of their gratitude to him for delivering them forever from their horrible enemy, the centipede. And as the warrior stood in the porch, taking his leave, a train of fish was suddenly transformed into a retinue of men, all wearing ceremonial robes and dragons' crowns on their heads, to show that they were servants of the great Dragon King. The presents that they carried were as follows. First, a large bronze bell. Second, a bag of rice. Third, a roll of silk. Fourth, a cooking pot. And fifth, a bell. Hidesato did not want to accept all of these presents, but as the Dragon King insisted, he could not well refuse them. The Dragon King himself accompanied the warrior as far as the bridge, and then took leave of him with many bows and good wishes, leaving the procession of servants to accompany Hidesato to his house with all the gifts. The warrior's household and servants had been very much concerned when they found that he did not return the night before, but they finally concluded that he had been kept by the violent storm and had taken shelter somewhere else. When the servants on the watch for his return caught sight of him, they called to everyone that he was finally approaching, and the whole household turned out to meet him, wondering what the retinue of men bearing presents and banners that followed him could possibly mean. As soon as the Dragon King's retainers had put down the presents, they vanished, and Hidesato told of all that had happened to him. The presents which he had received from the grateful Dragon King were found to be of magical power. The bell only was ordinary, and as Hidesato had no use for it, he presented it to the temple nearby, where it was hung up to boom out the hour of day over the surrounding neighborhood. The single bag of rice, however, was taken from it a day after for the meals of the knight and his whole family. But it never grew less. The supply in the bag was inexhaustible. The roll of silk, too, it never grew shorter, though time after time long pieces were cut off to make the warrior a new suit of clothes to go to court in at the new year. And the cooking pot, that was wonderful too. No matter what was put into it, it cooked deliciously whatever was wanted, without even any fire. Truly a very economical saucepan indeed. And thus the fame of Hidesato's fortune spread far and wide, and as there was no need for him to spend money on rice or silk or firing, he became very rich and prosperous, and was quite charitable due to that magical bag he had, and because of this was henceforth known as my Lord Bag of Rice. The Tale of the Tongue Cut Sparrow. Long, long ago in Japan, there lived an old man and his wife. The old man was a good, kind-hearted, hard-working old fellow, but his wife was a regular crosspatch, who spoiled the happiness of her home by her scolding tongue. She was always grumbling about something, from morning to night. The old man had for a long time ceased to take any notice of her crossness. In fact, he was out most of the day anyway in the fields, and as he had no child for his amusement when he came home, he kept for a pet a tame sparrow. He loved the little bird, however, just as much as if he had been a child. Now, when he came back at night, after his hard day's work in the open air, this was his only pleasure, to pet the little sparrow, to talk to her and teach her little tricks, which she learned quite quickly, by the way. The old man would open her cage and let her fly about the room, and they would play together. And then when supper time came, he always saved some little crumbs from his meal with which to feed his little bird. Now one day, the old man went out to chop wood in the forest, and the old woman stopped at home to wash clothes. The day before, she had made some starch, and now when she came to look for it, it was all gone. The bowl which she had filled full yesterday was today quite empty. While she was wondering who could have used or stolen the starch, down flew the pet sparrow, and bowing her little feathered head, a trick which she had been taught by her master, the pretty bird chirped and began to speak. It said, "It is I who have taken the starch. I thought it was some food put out for me in that basin, and I ate it all. If I have made a mistake, I beg you to forgive me." You see from this that the sparrow was indeed an honest and truthful bird, and the old woman certainly ought to have been willing to forgive her at once, especially when she asked her pardon so nicely. But this was not so. The old woman never had any love for the little sparrow, and had often quarrelled with her husband for keeping what she called a dirty bird around the house, saying that it only made extra work for her. Now she was only too delighted to have some cause of complaint against the pet. She scolded and even cursed the poor little bird for her bad behavior, and not content with using these harsh, unfeeling words, in a fit of rage she seized the sparrow, who all of this time had spread out her wings and bowed her head before the old woman to show how sorry she was. She fetched the scissors, and she cut off the poor little bird's tongue. "I suppose you took my starch with that tongue. Now you may see what it is like to go without it." And with these dreadful words she drove the poor bird away, not caring in the least what might happen to it, and without the smallest pity for its suffering. That was how unkind she was. The old woman, after she had driven the sparrow away, made some rice paste, grumbling all the time at the trouble, and after starching all her clothes, spread the things on boards to dry in the sun, instead of ironing them as they do in other parts of the country. Now in the evening the old man came home. As usual, on the way back he looked forward to the time when he should reach his gate and see his pet come flying and chirping happily to meet him, ruffling out her feathers to show her joy, and at last coming to rest on his shoulder. But tonight the old man was very disappointed, for not even the shadow of his dear little sparrow was to be seen. He quickened his steps, hastily drew off his straw sandals, and stepped onto the veranda. Still, no sparrow was to be seen. He now felt sure that his wife, in one of her cross tempers, must have shut the sparrow up in its cage. So he called her and said anxiously, "Where is Suzume-san, Miss Sparrow, today?" The old woman pretended not to know at first and answered, "You mean your sparrow? I'm sure I don't know. Oh, actually, now I come to think of it, I haven't seen her all afternoon. I shouldn't wonder if the ungrateful bird had flown away and left you after all your petting." But at last, when the old man gave her no peace, but asked her again and again, insisting that she must know what had happened to his pet, she confessed it all. She told him crossly how the sparrow had eaten the rice paste she had specially made for starching the clothes, and when the sparrow had confessed to what she had done, in a great anger she had taken her scissors and cut out her tongue, and how finally she had driven the bird away and forbidden her return to the house again. Then the old woman, the cruel old woman, showed her husband the sparrow's tongue, saying, "Here is the tongue I cut off. Horrid little bird! Why did it eat all my starch?" The man was shocked. "How could you be so cruel? Oh, how could anybody be so cruel?" was all that the old man could answer. And he was too kind-hearted even to punish his shrew of a wife. But he was terribly distressed either way at what had happened to his poor little friend. "Oh, what a dreadful misfortune for my poor Suzume-san to lose her tongue," he said to himself. "She won't be able to chirp any more. Oh, and surely the pain of cutting it out, oh, in such a rough way. Surely it must have made her ill. Oh, is there nothing to be done?" The old man shed many tears, countless tears, after his angry wife had gone to sleep. While he wiped away the tears with the sleeve of his cotton robe, a bright thought comforted him. He would go and look for the sparrow in the morning. Having decided this, he was able to go to sleep at last. The next morning he rose early, as soon as ever the day broke, and, snatching a hasty breakfast, started out over the hills and through the woods, stopping at every clump of bamboos to cry, "Where Oh, where does my tongue-cut sparrow stay? Where does my tongue-cut sparrow stay? He never stopped for rest for his noonday meal, and it was far on in the afternoon when he found himself near a large bamboo wood. You see, bamboo groves are the favorite haunts of sparrows, and there, sure enough, at the edge of the wood, he saw his own dear sparrow waiting to welcome him, and he could hardly believe his eyes for the joy, and he ran forward quickly to greet her. She bowed her little head, and went through a number of the tricks that her master had taught her to show her pleasure at seeing her old friend again. And, wonderful to relate, she could talk as of old. The old man told her how sorry he was for all that had happened, and inquired after her tongue, wondering how she could speak so well without it. And then the sparrow opened her beak, and showed him that a new tongue had grown in place of the old, and begged him not to think any more of the past, for she was quite well now. Then the old man knew that his sparrow was actually not a sparrow at all, but a fairy, no common bird indeed, and it would be difficult to exaggerate the old man's rejoicing now, I tell you. He forgot all of his troubles. He forgot even how tired he was, for after all, he had found his little friend, the little lost sparrow, and instead of being ill and without a tongue as he had so feared and expected to find her in such misery, she was well, and she was happy, and had a brand new tongue. And without a sign of the ill treatment she had received from his wife. And above all, of course, she was indeed a fairy. Now the sparrow asked him to follow her, and flying before him, she led him to a beautiful house in the heart of the bamboo grove. The old man was utterly astonished when he entered the house to find what a beautiful place it was. It was built of the whitest wood. The soft cream-colored mats which took the place of carpets were the finest he had ever seen, and the cushions that the sparrow brought out for him to sit in, oh, they were made of the finest silk. Beautiful vases and lacquer boxes adorned the room. Now the sparrow led the old man to the place of honor, and then, taking her place at a humble distance, she thanked him with many polite bows for all the kindness he had shown her for many, many long years. And then the Lady Sparrow, as we may now refer to her, introduced all of her family to the old man. This done, her daughters, robed in dainty crepe gowns, brought in on beautiful old-fashioned trays a feast of all kinds of delicious foods, till the old man began to think that he certainly must be dreaming. In the middle of the dinner, some of the sparrow's daughters performed a wonderful dance called the Suzume Odori, or the Sparrow's Dance, to the great amusement of the man. Never had he enjoyed himself so much. The hours flew by too quickly in this lovely spot, with all these fairy sparrows to wait upon him, and to feast him and to dance before him. But the night came on, and the darkness reminded him that he had a very long way to go, and must think about taking his leave and return home. And thus he thanked his kind hostess for her splendid entertainment, and begged her, for his sake, to forget all she had suffered at the hands of his wicked old wife. He told the Lady Sparrow that it was a great comfort and happiness to him to find her in such a beautiful home, and to know she wanted for nothing. It was his anxiety to know how she fared, and what had really happened to her that led him to seek her out. Now he knew that all was well. He could return home with a glad heart. If she ever wanted anything, she only had to send for him, and he would come at once. The Lady Sparrow begged him to stay and rest several days, enjoy the change, but the old man said he must return to his old wife, who would probably be cross at his not coming home at the usual time, and of course the matter of his work, and therefore, much as he wished to do so, he could not accept her kind invitation. But now he knew where the Lady Sparrow lived, and would come to see her whenever he had the time. When the Lady Sparrow saw that she could not persuade the old man to stay longer, she gave an order to some of her servants, and they at once brought in 2 boxes, one large and the other small. These were placed before the old man, and the Lady Sparrow asked him to choose whichever he liked for a present, which she wished to give him. Well, the old man could not refuse this kind proposal, and he chose the smaller box, saying, "I am now too old and feeble to carry the big and heavy box. As you are so kind as to say that I may take whichever I like, then I will choose the small one. Yeah, that will be easier for me to carry." Then the sparrows all helped him put it on his back, and went to the gate to see him off, bidding him good-bye with many bows, and entreating him to come again whenever he had the time. Thus the old man and his pet sparrow separated quite happily, the sparrow showing not the least ill will for all the unkindness she had suffered at the hands of the old wife. Indeed, she only felt sorrow for the old man who had to put up with it when he got home. When the old man reached home, he found his wife even angrier than usual, for it was late in the night, and she had been waiting up for him quite a long time. "Where have you been all this time?" she asked in a big voice. "Why are you back so late?" The old man tried to pacify her by showing her the box of presents he had brought back with him, and told her of all that had happened to him, and how wonderfully he had been entertained at the sparrow's house. "Now let us see what is in the box," said the old man, not giving her the time to grumble again. "You must help me open it." And they sat down before the box and opened it together. To their utter astonishment, they found the box filled to the brim with gold and silver coins and many other precious things. The mats of their little cottage fairly glittered as they took out the things one by one and put them down, handled them over and over again. Oh, the old man, he was overjoyed by the sight of the riches that were now his. Beyond his brightest expectations was the sparrow's gift, which would enable him to give up work and live in ease and comfort the rest of his days. He said, "Thanks to my good little sparrow, thanks to my good little sparrow," many, many times. But the old woman, after the first moments of surprise and satisfaction about the sight of the gold and silver were over, could not suppress the greed of her wicked nature. She now began to reproach the old man for not having brought home the big box of presents, for in the innocence of his heart he had not told her how he had refused the large box which the sparrows had offered him, preferring the smaller one because it was light and easy to carry home. "You silly old man," said she. "Why did you not bring the large box? Just think of what we have lost. We might have had twice as much silver and twice as much gold as this. You certainly are an old fool." She screamed, and then went to bed, as angry as could be. The old man now wished he had said nothing about the big box, of course, but it was certainly too late. The greedy old woman, not contented with the good luck which had been so unexpectedly befallen them, and which she so little deserved, may I add, made up her mind. She wanted more. Early the next morning, she got up and made the old man describe the way to the sparrow's house. When he saw what was in her mind, he tried to keep her from going, but, of course, it was useless. She would not listen to one word he said. It is strange that the old woman did not feel ashamed of going to see the sparrow after the cruel way she had treated her in cutting off its tongue in a fit of rage. But her greed to get the big box made her forget everything else. It did not even enter her thoughts that the sparrows might be angry with her, as indeed they were, and might even punish her for what she had done. Ever since the Lady Sparrow had returned home in the sad plight in which they had first found her, weeping and bleeding from the mouth, her whole family and relations had done little else but speak cruelly of the old woman. How could she, they asked each other, inflict such a heavy punishment for such a trifling offence as that of eating some rice paste by mistake? But they all loved the old man, who was so kind and good and patient under all his troubles. But the old woman they all hated, and they determined, if they ever had the chance, they would punish her as she deserved. And it would seem that they had not long to wait. After walking for some hours, the old woman had at last found the bamboo grove which she had made her husband carefully describe, and now she stood before it crying out, "Where is the Tongue Cut Sparrow's house?" At last she saw the eaves of the house peeping out from amongst the bamboo foliage. She hastened to the door and knocked loudly and rudely. When the servants told the Lady Sparrow that the old mistress was at the door asking to see her, she was somewhat surprised at the unexpected visit, after all that had taken place, and she wondered not a little at the boldness of the old woman in venturing to come to the house. The Lady Sparrow, however, was a polite bird, so she went out to greet the old woman, remembering that she had once been her mistress. The old woman intended, however, to not waste time in words. She went right to the point, and without the least shame said, "You need not trouble to entertain me as you did the old man. I have come myself to get the big box which he so stupidly left behind. I shall soon take my leave, if you will give me the big box. That is all I want." The Lady Sparrow at once consented, and told her servants to bring out the big box. The old woman eagerly seized it and hoisted it on her back, without even stopping to thank the Lady Sparrow, and began to hurry homewards. But the box was so heavy she could not walk fast, much less run, as she would have liked to. So anxious was she to get home and see what was inside, but she had often to sit down and rest herself by the way. While she was staggering along under the heavy load, her desire to open the box became too great to be resisted. She could wait no longer, for she supposed that this big box to be certainly full of gold and silver and precious jewels, just like the small one her husband had received. At last, the greedy and selfish old woman put down the box by the wayside and opened it carefully, expecting to gloat her eyes on a mine of wealth. But what she saw so terrified her that she nearly lost her senses. As soon as she lifted the lid, a number of horrible and frightening-looking demons bounced out of the box and surrounded her as if they intended to kill her. Not even in nightmares had she ever seen such horrible and unpleasant creatures as her much-coveted box contained. A demon with one huge eye right in the middle of its forehead came and glared at her. Monsters with gaping mouths looked as if they were about to devour her. A huge snake coiled and hissed, and a big frog hopped and croaked about her. The old woman had never been so frightened in her life, and ran from the spot as far as her quaking legs would carry her, glad to escape with her life. When she reached home, she fell to the floor and told her husband with tears what had happened to her, and how she had been nearly killed by those horrible demons in the box. And then, of course, she began to blame the sparrow, but the old man stopped her at once. "Don't blame the sparrow for this. It is your wickedness which has at last met with its reward. I only hope that this may be a lesson to you in the future." The old woman said nothing more, and from that day she repented of her cross and unkind ways, and, by degrees, little by little, became a kind old woman, so that her husband hardly knew her to be the same person, and eventually they spent their last days together happily, free from want or care, spending very carefully the treasure the old man had received from his darling pet, the Tongue Cut Sparrow. The Story of Urashima Taro, the Fisher Lad. Long, long ago, in the province of Tango, there lived on the shore of Japan in the little fishing village of Mizu no Ye, a young fisherman named Urashima Taro. His father had been a fisherman before him, and his skill had more than doubly descended to his son, for Urashima was the most skilled fisher in all of that countryside, and could catch more bonito and tai in a day than his comrades could in a week. But in the little fishing village, more than for being a clever fisher of the sea, he was known for his kind heart. In his whole life, he had never hurt anything, great or small, and when a boy his companions had always laughed at him, for he would never join with them in teasing animals, but always tried to keep them from this cruel sport. One soft summer twilight, he was going home at the end of a day's fishing, when he came upon a group of children. They were all screaming and talking at the tops of their voices, and seemed to be in a state of great excitement about something, and on his going up to them to see what was the matter, he saw that they were tormenting a little tortoise. First one boy pulled it this way, and then another pulled it that way, while a third child even beat it with a stick, and the fourth hammered at its shell with a stone. Now, Urashima felt sorry for the poor tortoise, and made up his mind to rescue it. So he spoke to the boys. "Look here, boys, You are treating that poor tortoise so badly that it will soon die." The boys, who were all of age when children seem to delight in being cruel, took no notice of Urashima's gentle reproof, but went on teasing it as before. One of the older boys answered, "Who cares whether it lives or dies? We don't. Come on, boys, go on, go on." And they began to treat the poor tortoise more cruelly than ever. Urashima waited a moment, turning over in his mind what would be the best way to deal with the rascals. He would try to persuade them to give the tortoise up to him. So he smiled at them and said, "I am sure you are all good, kind lads. Now, won't you give me the tortoise? I should like to have it so much." "No, we will not give you the tortoise," said one of the boys. "Why should we anyway? We caught it ourselves." "What you say is true," said Urashima. "But I do not ask you to give it to me for nothing. You see, I will give you money for it. Well, in other words, the uncle here will buy it off you. Won't that do, boys?" He held up the money to them, strung on a piece of string through a hole in the center of each coin. "Look at this, boys. You can buy anything you like with this money. You can do much more with this money than you can with that poor little tortoise. See what good boys you are. Listen to me." Now the boys were not bad boys at all, it must be said, but they were only mischievous and hadn't quite grown up yet. And as Urashima spoke, they were won over by his kind smile and gentle words and began to be of his spirit, as they say in Japan. Gradually, they all approached him, the ringleader of the little band holding out the tortoise to him. "Very well, uncle. We will give you the tortoise, if you give us the money." And Urashima took the tortoise and gave the money to the boys, who, calling to each other, scampered away, and were soon well out of sight. And then Urashima stroked the tortoise's back, saying as he did so, "Oh, you poor thing, poor thing. There, you are safe now. They say that a stork lives for 1,000 years, but the tortoise for 10,000. You have the longest life of any creature in this world, and you are in great danger of having that precious life cut short by those cruel rascals. Luckily, I was passing by and saved you, and so life is still yours. Now I am going to take you back to your home, the sea, at once. Do not let yourself be caught again, for there might be no one there to save you next time." All the time the kind fisherman was speaking, he was quickly walking to the shore and out upon the rocks. Then, putting the tortoise into the water, he watched the animal disappear and turned homewards himself, for he was tired and the sun had already set. The next morning, Urashima went out as usual in his boat. The weather was fine, and the sea and sky were both blue and soft in the tender haze of the summer morning. Urashima got into his boat and dreamily pushed out to the sea, throwing his line as he did so, and soon passed other fishing boats and left them behind until they were lost to sight in the distance, and his boat drifted further and further out upon the blue waters. Somehow, he didn't know why, he felt unusually happy that morning, and he could not help wishing that, like the tortoise he had set free the day before, he had thousands of years to live instead of his own short span of human life. but he was suddenly startled from his reverie by hearing his own name called. Urashima! Urashima! Clear as a bell, and soft as the summer wind, the name floated over the gentle waves. He stood up and looked in every direction, thinking that one of the other boats had perhaps overtaken him. But gaze as he might over the wide expanse, near or far there was no sign of a boat. So the voice could not have come from any human being. Startled and wondering who or perhaps what it was that had called him so dearly, he looked in all directions about him, and saw that without his knowing it a tortoise had come to the side of the boat. Urashima saw with surprise that it was the very tortoise he had rescued the day before. "Well, Mr. Tortoise," said Urashima, "was it you who called my name just now?" The tortoise nodded its head several times and began to speak. "Yes, it was I, Urashima. Yesterday, in your honorable shadow, my life was saved, and I have come to offer my thanks and tell you how grateful I am for your kindness to me." "Indeed," said Urashima. "That is very polite of you. Come up into the boat. I would offer you a smoke, but as you are a tortoise, doubtless you do not smoke." And the fisherman laughed at the joke. Laughed the tortoise. "Well, sake is my favorite refreshment, but of course I do not care for tobacco." "Indeed," said Urashima. "I regret very much that I have no sake in my boat to offer you. But come up and dry your back in the sun. Tortoises always love to do that, don't they?" So the tortoise climbed into the boat, the fisherman helping him, and after an exchange of complimentary speeches, the tortoise said, "Have you ever seen Ringin, the palace of the Dragon King of the Sea, Urashima?" The fisherman shook his head and replied, "Well, no. Year after year the sea has been my home. But though I have often heard of the Dragon King's realm under the sea, I have never yet set eyes on that wonderful palace. It certainly must be far away, if it exists at all." "Oh," said the tortoise, "is that really so? You have never seen the king's palace? Then you have missed seeing one of the most wonderful sights in the whole universe, Urashima. It is far away at the bottom of the sea, yes, but if I take you there, we shall soon reach the place. If you would like to see the Sea King's land, I suppose I could be your guide." Urashima smiled. "Oh, I should like to go there, certainly, and you are very kind to think of taking me. But you must remember that I am only a poor mortal, and, well, I don't have the power of swimming like a sea creature such as you are." Before the fisherman could say any more, the tortoise stopped him, saying, "What? You don't need to swim yourself, Urashima. If you will ride on my back, I will take you without any trouble on your half." "But," said Urashima, "how is it possible for me to ride on your small back?" "It may seem absurd to you, but I assure you that you can do so. Go on, try it. Just come and get on my back, and see if it's as impossible as you think." As the tortoise finished speaking, Urashima looked at its shell, and strange to say it, that he saw the creature had suddenly grown so big that a man could indeed easily sit on its back. "Well, this is strange indeed," said Urashima. "And then, Mr. Tortoise, with all your kind permission, I will get on your back." "All right," he exclaimed as he jumped on. "Dokoisha, let's go." The tortoise, with an unmoved face, as if the strange proceeding were quite an ordinary event to him, said, "Now we will set out at our leisure," and with these words he leapt into the sea with Urashima on his back. Down through the water the tortoise dived. For a long time these two strange companions rowed through the sea. Urashima never grew tired, nor his clothes moist with water. And at last, far away in the distance, a magnificent gate appeared, and behind the gate, the long, sloping roofs of a palace on the horizon. "Wow," explained Urashima. "That looks like the gate of some large palace just appearing. Mr. Tortoise, can you tell me what place is we can now see?" "That, Urashima, is the great gate of the Rin-Gin Palace. The large roof that you see behind the gate is the Sea King's palace itself." "Then we have at last come to the realm of the Sea King and his palace," said Urashima. "Yes, indeed," answered the tortoise, "and don't you think we have come quite quickly?" And while he was speaking, the tortoise reached the side of the gate. "And here we are, and you must please walk from here." The tortoise now went in front, and speaking to the gatekeeper said, "This is Urashima Taro from the country of Japan. I have had the honor of bringing him as a visitor to the kingdom. Please show him the way." And then the gatekeeper, who was a proud fish, at once led the way through the gate before them. The red bream, the flounder, the sole, the cuttlefish, and all the chief vassals of the Dragon King of the Sea now came out with courtly bows to welcome the stranger. "Urashima, welcome to the Sea Palace, the home of the Dragon King of the Sea. Thrice welcome are you, having come from such a distant country, and you, Mr. Tortoise, we indeed are greatly indebted to you for all your troubles in bringing Urashima here." Then, turning again to Urashima, they said, "Please follow us this way." And from here, the whole band of fishers became his guides. Urashima, being only a poor fisher lad, did not know how exactly to behave in a palace, but, strange as though it all was to him, he didn't feel ashamed or embarrassed, but followed his kind guides quite calmly, where they led him to the inner chambers. When he reached the portals, a more beautiful princess with her attendant maidens came out to welcome him, and she was more beautiful than any human being, and was robed in flowing garments of red and soft green like the underside of a wave, and golden threads glimmered through the folds of her gown. Her lovely long black hair streamed over her shoulders in the fashions of a king's daughter many hundreds of years ago, and when she spoke, oh, her voice, it sounded like music over the water. Urashima was lost in wonder while he looked at her, and he could not speak a single word. Then he remembered that he probably ought to bow, but before he could make a low obeisance, the princess took him by the hand and led him to a beautiful hall, and to the seat of honor at the upper end, bade him to be seated. "Urashima Taro, it gives me the highest pleasure to welcome you to my father's kingdom," said the princess. "Yesterday you set free a tortoise, and I have sent for you to thank you for saving my life, for I was that tortoise. Now, if you like, You shall live here forever in the land of eternal youth, where summer never dies and sorrow never comes. And I will be your bride, if you will, and we will live together happily forever and ever." And as Urashima listened to her sweet words and gazed upon her lovely face, his heart was filled with great wonder and joy, and he answered her, wondering if it was not all a dream. "Thank you 1,000 times for your kind speech, Princess, and there is nothing I could wish more than to be permitted to stay here with you in this beautiful land of which I have often heard, but never seen until this beautiful day. Beyond all words, this is the most wonderful place I have ever seen." While he was speaking, a train of fishers appeared, all dressed in ceremonial trailing garments. One by one, silently and with stately steps, they entered the hall, bearing on coral trays delicacies of fish and seaweed such as no one could dream of, and this wondrous feast was set before the bride and bridegroom. The bridal was celebrated with dazzling splendor, and in the Sea King's realm there was great rejoicing. As soon as the young pair had pledged themselves in the wedding cup of wine, 3 times 3 music was played, and songs were sung, and fishers with silver scales and golden tails stepped in from the waves and danced together. Urashima enjoyed himself with all his heart. Never in his whole life had he sat down to such a marvelous feast in such a beautiful place. When the feast was over, the princess asked the bridegroom if he would like to walk through the palace and see all that was to be seen. And so the happy fisherman, following his bride, the Sea King's daughter, was shown all the wonders that the enchanted land, where youth and joy go hand in hand, and neither time nor age can touch them. The palace was built of coral, and adorned with pearls, and the beauties of wonders of the place were so great that the tongue fails to describe them. But to Urashima, more wonderful than the palace was the garden that surrounded it. Here was to be seen at one time the scenery of all the 4 different seasons, the beauties of summer and winter, spring and autumn, were displayed to the wandering visitor at once. First, when he looked to the east, the plum and cherry trees were seen in full bloom, the nightingales sang in the pink avenues, the butterflies flitted from flower to flower. Looking to the south, all the trees were green in the fullness of summer, and the day cicala and the night cricket chirped loudly. Looking to the west, the autumn maples were ablaze like a sunset sky, and the chrysanthemums were in perfection. And looking to the north, the change made Urashima start, for the ground was silver white with snow, and trees and bamboos were also covered with snow, and the pond was thick with ice. And each day there were new joys and wonders for Urashima, and so great was his happiness that he forgot everything, even the home he had left behind, and his parents in his own country, and 3 days passed without even thinking of all he had left behind. But then his mind came back to him, and he remembered who he was. And he remembered, most of all, that he did not belong in this wonderful land, nor to the Sea King's palace. And in his realization, he said to himself, "I must not stay here. I have an old father and mother at home. What could have happened to them during this time? How anxious they must have been these days when I did not return as usual. I must go back at once, without letting one more day pass. And he began to prepare for the journey in great haste. Then he went to his beautiful wife, the princess, and bowing low before her, he said, "Indeed, I've been so happy with you for a long time, Otohime," for that was her name. "And you have been kinder to me than any words can tell. But, Otohime, I must say goodbye now. I must go back to my old parents." And then Otohime began to weep, and said softly and sadly, "Is it not well with you here, Urashima, that you wish to leave me so soon? Where is the haste? Stay with me just one more day." But Urashima remembered his old parents, and in Japan the duty to parents is stronger than everything else, stronger even than pleasure, stronger even than love, and he would not be persuaded. "Indeed, I must go. Do not think that I wish to leave you, Otohime. It's not that. I must go, and I must see my old parents. Let me go for but one day, and I will come back to you." "Well, then," the princess said sorrowfully, "there is nothing to be done. I will send you back today to your father and mother, and instead of trying to keep you with me for one more day, I shall give you this as a token of our love. Please take it back with you." And she brought him a beautiful lacquer box tied about with a silken cord and tassels of red silk. Urashima had received so much from the princess already, and felt some guilt in taking the gift. He said, "It doesn't seem right for me to take yet another gift from you after all the many favors I've received at your hands, my darling. But because it is your wish, and I will do so. But tell me, what is in the box?" "That," answered the princess, "is the tamate bako, the box of the jewel hand, and it contains something very precious. But you must not open this box, whatever happens. If you open it, something dreadful will happen to you. Please promise me that you will never open the box." So Urashima promised that he would never open the box, no matter what happened. And then, bidding goodbye to Otohime, he went down to the seashore, the princess and her attendants following him, and there he found a large tortoise waiting for him. He quickly mounted the creature's back and was carried away over the shining sea into the east. He looked back to wave his hand to Otohime, till at last he could see her no more, and the land of the Sea King and the roofs of the wonderful palace were lost in the far, far distance. Then, with his face turned eagerly towards his own land, he looked for the rising of the blue hills on the horizon before him. At last the tortoise carried him to the bay he knew so well, and to the shore from whence he had set out. He stepped onto the shore and looked about him while the tortoise rowed away back to the Sea King's realm. But what is the strange fear that seizes Urashima as he stands and looks about him? Why does he gaze so fixedly at the people who pass by him? And why do they in turn stand and look at him? The shore is the same. The hills are the same. But the people that he sees walking past, have very different faces to those he had known so well before. Wondering what it could mean, he walks quickly towards his old home. But even that looks different. But the house stands on the spot, and he calls out, "Father, I have just returned." And he was about to enter when he saw a strange man coming out. "Perhaps my parents have moved away while I've been gone, and now maybe they live somewhere else," was the fisherman's first thought. But somehow he began to feel strangely anxious. He could not tell why. "Excuse me," he said to the man who was staring at him, "but till within the last few days I have lived in this house. My name is Urashima Taro. Nice to meet you. Where have my parents gone, whom I left here?" A very bewildered expression came over the face of the man, and still gazing intently on Urashima's face, he said, "What? Are you Urashima Taro?" "Yes," said the fisherman, "I am Urashima Taro." The man laughed. "You must not make such jokes. It is true that once upon a time a man called Urashima Taro did live in this village, but that story is 300 years old. He couldn't possibly be alive now." When Urashima heard these strange words, he began to become frightened. Please, sir, you must not joke with me. I am greatly perplexed. I am really Urashima Taro, and I certainly have not lived 300 years. In fact, till 4 or 5 days ago I lived on this very spot. Tell me what I want to know without more joking, please." But the man's face grew more and more grave, and eventually he answered, "You may or may not be Urashima Taro. That I don't know. But Urashima Taro, of whom I have heard, is a man who lived 300 years ago. Perhaps are you his spirit, come to visit your old home?" "Why do you mock me?" said Urashima. "I am no spirit. Look upon me, I am a living man. Do you not see my feet?" And he stamped on the ground, first with one foot, and then with the other to show the man, as of course Japanese ghosts have no feet. "But Urashima Taro lived 300 years ago. That's all I know. And it's written in the village chronicles," the man persisted, who could not believe what the fisherman said. Urashima was lost in his bewilderment and trouble. He stood looking all around him, terribly puzzled, and indeed something in the appearance of everything was different to what he remembered before he went away, and the awful feeling came over him that what the man said was perhaps true. He seemed to be in a kind of strange dream. The few days he had spent in the Sea King's palace beyond the sea had not been days at all, but they had been hundreds of years, and in that time his parents had passed away, and all the people he had ever known, and the village had written down his story. There was no use in staying any longer. He must get back to his beautiful wife beyond the sea. He made his way back to the beach, carrying in his hand the box which the princess had given him. But which was the way? He could not find it alone. But suddenly he remembered the box, the tamatebako. The princess told me when she gave me this box never to open it, that it contained a very precious thing. But now that I have no home, now that I've lost everything that was so dear to me here, and my heart grows thin with sadness, at such a time if I open the box. Surely I will find something that will help me. Something that will show me the way back to my beautiful princess. Oh, there's nothing else for me to do now. Yes, I will open the box and look inside. And so his heart consented to this act of disobedience, and he tried to persuade himself that he was doing the right thing in breaking his promise. Slowly, very slowly, he untied the red silk cord. Slowly and wonderingly, he lifted the lid of the precious box, and what did he find? Strange to say, only a beautiful little purple cloud rose out of the box in 3 soft wisps. For an instant it covered his face and wavered over him as if loath to go, and then it floated away like a vapor over the sea. Urashima, who had been till that moment like a strong, handsome youth of 24, suddenly became very, very old. His back doubled up with age, his hair turned a snowy white, his face wrinkled, and he fell down dead on that beach. Poor Urashima. Because of his disobedience, he could never return to the Sea King's realm or the lovely princess beyond the sea. And thus, my friends, never be disobedient to those who are wiser than you, for disobedience was the beginning of all the miseries and sorrows in life. The Goblin of Adachigahara. Long, long ago, there was a large plain called Adachigahara in the province of Mutsu in Japan. This place was said to be haunted by a cannibal goblin who took the form of an old woman. From time to time, many travelers disappeared and were never heard of again, and the old woman round the charcoal braziers in the evenings, and the girls washing the household rice at the wells in the morning, whispered dreadful stories of how the missing folk had been lured to the goblin's cottage and devoured. For the goblin lived only on human flesh. Of course, no one dared to venture near the haunted spot after sunset, and all those who could avoided it in the daytime. As for the travelers, they were all warned of this dreadful place. There was one day, as the sun was setting, that a priest came to the plain. He was a belated traveler, and his robe showed that he was a Buddhist pilgrim walking from shrine to shrine to pray for some blessing or to crave for forgiveness of his sins. He had apparently lost his way, and as it was late he met no one who could show him the road or warn him. Now he had walked the whole day now. Of course he was tired and hungry, and the evenings, they were chilly, for it was as late in autumn, and he began to be very anxious to find some house where he could obtain a night's lodging. But he found himself lost in the midst of the large plain, and looked about him in vain for some sign of human habitation. But at last, after wandering about for some hours, he saw a clump of trees in the distance, and through the trees he caught sight of the glimmer of a single ray of light. He exclaimed with joy, "Oh, surely That is some cottage where I can get a night's lodging." Keeping the light before his eyes, he dragged his weary, aching feet as quickly as he could towards the spot, and soon he came to a rather miserable-looking little cottage. As he drew near, he saw that it was in a tumble-down condition. The bamboo fence was broken, and weeds and grass pushed their way through the gaps. The paper screens, which serve as windows and doors in Japan, were full of holes, and the posts of the house were bent with age. It seemed scarcely able to support that old thatched roof. But the hut was open, and by the light of an old lantern, an old woman sat spinning and weaving industriously. The pilgrim called to her across the bamboo fence and said, "Old woman, good evening. I'm a traveler. Please excuse me, but I've lost my way and, well, I don't know what to do, for I have nowhere to rest for the night. I beg you, please be good enough to let me spend the night under your roof." Well, as soon as she heard herself spoken to, the old woman stopped spinning, rose from her seat, and approached the priest. "I am very sorry for you. You must indeed be distressed to have lost your way in such a lonely spot, and so late at night. Unfortunately, I cannot put you up, for I have no bed to offer you, and no accommodation whatsoever for a guest. No, not in this poor place." "Oh, but it does not matter," said the priest. "All I want is a shelter under some roof for the night, and if you'll be good enough just to let me lie on the kitchen floor, I'd be so grateful. You see, I'm too tired to walk any further tonight. So I really hope that you'll not refuse me. Otherwise I'll have to sleep out on that cold plain." And in this way he pressed the old woman to let him stay. She seemed very reluctant, but at last she said, "Very well then, I'll let you stay here. I can offer you a very poor welcome only, but come in now, and I'll make a fire. The night is indeed cold." The pilgrim was only too glad to do as he was told. He took off his sandals and entered the hut. The old woman then brought some sticks of wood and lit the fire, and bade her guest draw near and warm himself. "You must be hungry after your long journey," said the old woman. "I'll go and cook some supper for you." She then went to the kitchen and began to cook some rice. After the priest had finished his supper, the old woman sat down by the fireplace, and they talked together for a long time. The pilgrim thought to himself that he had been very lucky to come across such a kind and hospitable old lady. At last, the wood gave out, and as the fire died slowly down, he began to shiver with cold, just as he had done when he arrived. "I see you are cold," said the old woman. "I will go out and gather some wood, for we've used it all now. You must stay and take care of the house while I'm gone." "Oh, no, said the pilgrim. "Let me go instead." "Well, you see, you are old, and, well, I can't think of letting you go out on your own to get wood for me in this cold night." But the old woman shook her head and said to him, "No, indeed, you must stay quietly here, for you are my guest." And then, with a smile, she left him and went out But in a moment she came back and she said, "You must sit where you are and not move. And whatever happens, do not go near or look into the inner room. Now mind what I tell you." "If you tell me not to go near that room, of course I won't," said the priest, but rather bewildered at the comment. So the old woman went out again, and the priest was left all alone. The fire had dried out, and only the light in the hut was that of the dim lantern. For the first time in that night he began to feel that he was in kind of a weird place. And the old woman's words, "Whatever you do, don't peep into that back room," aroused his curiosity and fear. What hidden thing could be in that room that she did not want him to see? For some time the remembrance of his promise to the old woman kept him still, but at last he could no longer resist his curiosity to peep into that forbidden place. He got up and began to move slowly towards the forbidden room. Then the thought that the old woman would be very angry with him if he disobeyed her made him come back to his place by the fireside. As the minutes went slowly by, the old woman did not return. He began to feel more and more frightened, and to wonder what dreadful secret was in that room behind him. He must find out. She will not know that I've looked, unless I tell her, surely. I'll just have a little peep before she comes back, said the man to himself. And with these words he got up on his feet, for he had been sitting all this time in Japanese fashion, with his feet underneath him, and stealthily crept towards that forbidden spot. With trembling hands he pushed back the sliding door and looked in, but what he saw froze the blood in his veins. The room was full of dead men's bones, and the walls were splashed and the floor was covered with blood. In one corner, skull upon skull rose to the ceiling, and in another was a heap of arm bones, and another a heap of leg bones. The sickening smell made him faint, and he fell backwards with horror, and for some time lay in a heap with a fright on the floor, a pitiful sight. He trembled all over, and his teeth chattered, and he could hardly crawl away from that dreadful spot. He cried out, "How horrible! What awful den have I come to in my travels? May Buddha help me, or I am lost. Is it possible that the kind old woman is really the cannibal goblin? When she comes back she will show herself in her true character. Oh, preserve me, she'll eat me up in a single mouthful." With these words his strength came back to him, and snatching up his hat and staff, he rushed out of the house as fast as his legs could carry him. Out into the night he ran, his one thought to get as far away as he could from the goblin's haunt. He had not gone too far when he heard steps behind him, and a voice cried, "Stop! Stop!" He ran on, redoubling his speed, pretending not to hear, and as he ran he heard the steps behind him come nearer and nearer, and at last he recognized the old woman's voice, which grew louder as she came nearer. "Stop, you wicked man! Why did you look into the forbidden room?" The priest quite forgot how tired he was, and his feet flew over the ground faster than they ever did before, faster than he thought possible, for the fear gave him strength, for he knew that if the goblin caught up to him, he would soon be one of her victims. With all his heart, he repeated the prayer to Buddha, and after him rushed the dreadful old hag, her hair flying in the wind and her face changing with rage into that demon that she really was. In her hand she carried a large, blood-stained knife, and she still shrieked after him, "Stop! Stop!" At last, when the priest felt he could run no more, the dawn broke, and with the darkness of night, the goblin vanished, and he was safe. The priest now knew that he had met the Goblin of Adachigahara, the story of whom he had often heard, but never believed to be true. He felt that he owed his wonderful escape to the protection of Buddha, to whom he had prayed for help, and so he took out his beads, and bowing his head as the sun rose, said his prayers and made his thanks earnestly. He then set forward for another part of the country, only too glad to leave the haunted plain behind him. The Sagacious Monkey and the Boar. Long, long ago, there lived in the province of Shinshin in Japan a traveling monkey man who earned his living by taking round a monkey and showing off the animal's tricks. One evening, the man came home in a very bad temper and told his wife to the very next morning send for the butcher. The wife was, of course, quite bewildered and asked her husband, "Why do you wish me to send for the butcher?" The man answered, "It's no use taking that monkey around any longer. He's too old and forgets his tricks. I beat him with my stick, all I know, but he won't dance properly. I must now sell him to the butcher and make what money I can out of him. There's nothing else to be done." The woman felt sorry for the poor animal and pleaded for her husband to spare the monkey, but the pleading was all in vain. The man was determined to sell him off, no matter how gruesome the outcome would be. Now the monkey, he was in the next room, and of course overheard every word of the conversation. He soon understood that he was going to be killed, and he said to himself, "Barbarous, barbarous indeed, barbarous indeed is my master. Here I have served him faithfully for years, and instead of allowing me to end my days comfortably and in peace, he's going to let me be cut up by the butcher, and my poor body is to be roasted, stewed, and eaten. Ah, woe is me. What am I to do? Wait. Now that is a bright thought that just struck me. There is, I know, a wild boar living in the forests nearby. I have often heard of his wisdom. Well, perhaps if I go and tell him the strait that I am in, he will give me his advice. I suppose there's no harm in trying." There was no time to lose. The monkey slipped out of the house and ran as quickly as he could to the forest to find the boar. The boar, of course, was at home, just his luck, and the monkey began to tell his tale of woe all at once. "Good Mr. Boar, I have heard of your excellent wisdom. Everybody has heard of it, but I'm in great trouble. You alone can help me. You see, I've grown old in the service of my master, and because I cannot dance properly, now he intends to sell me off to the butcher. What do you advise that I do? You must know something. I know how clever you are. Oh, what should I do? As for the boar, he was quite pleased with all the flattery. And, well, quite determined, too, to help the monkey. He sat there and thought for a little while, and after a brief silence, he said, "Doesn't your master have a little baby?" "Oh, yes," said the monkey. "He actually has an infant son." "Doesn't it lie by the door in the morning when your mistress begins the work of the day?" "Well, I will come around early, and when I see the opportunity, I will seize the little thing and run off with it." The monkey nodded its head, listening intently. "Okay, well, what happens then?" said the monkey. "Why, the mother will be in a tremendous scare, of course, you must imagine, and before your master and mistress know what to do, you must run after me and rescue the child, take it home safely to its parents, and you will see that when the butcher comes, they won't have the heart to sell you, surely." The monkey thanked the boar many, many times, and then went home. But he did not sleep much that night, as one may imagine, for thinking of the morning. In fact, his life depended on whether the boar's plan succeeded or not. He was, of course, the first up, before the dawn, waiting anxiously for what was to happen. It seemed to him a very long time before his master's wife began to move about and open the shutters to let in the light of day. Then all happened exactly as the boar had planned. The mother placed her child near the porch as usual, while she tidied up the house and got her breakfast ready. The child was crooning happily in the morning sunlight, dabbling on the mats at the play of light and shadow. Suddenly, there was a noise in the porch and a loud cry from the poor little child. The mother ran out from the kitchen to the spot, only just in time to see the boar disappearing through the gate with her child in its clutch. She flung out her hands with a loud cry of despair and rushed into the inner room where her husband was still sleeping soundly. He sat up slowly, confused, and rubbed his eyes, and crossly demanded what his wife was making all the damn noise about. By the time that the man was alive to what had happened, and they both got outside the gate, the boar had got well away. But what they did see was the old monkey running after the thief as hard as his legs could carry him with all his strength. Both the man and wife were moved to admiration at the conduct of the sagacious monkey, and their gratitude knew no bounds when indeed the faithful monkey brought back the child safely to their arms. "There," said the wife, "this is the animal you want to kill? If the monkey hadn't have been there, we should have lost our child forever." The man nodded his head and said in shame, "You are right, my wife. You are right. You may send the butcher immediately back when he comes. And now, give us all a good breakfast, will you? Oh, and make sure there's something extra special for the monkey." When the butcher arrived, he was explained the situation and sent away, with an order for some boar's meat for the evening dinner, and the monkey was petted and lived the rest of his days in peace. Nor did his master ever strike him again. The Happy Hunter and the Skillful Fisher. Long, long ago, Japan was governed by Hohodemi, the fourth Mikoto, in descent from the illustrious Amaterasu, the sun goddess. He was not only as handsome as his ancestress was beautiful, but he was also very strong and brave, and was famous for being the greatest hunter in the land. Because of his matchless skill as a hunter, he was called Yama Sachihiko, or the Happy Hunter of the Mountains. His elder brother was also a very skillful fisher, and as he far surpassed all rivals in fishing, he was named Umi Sachihiko, or the Skillful Fisher of the Sea. The brothers thus led very happy and carefree lives, thoroughly enjoying their respective occupations, and the days passed quickly and pleasantly while each pursued his own way, the one hunting and the other fishing. One day, the Happy Hunter came to his brother, the Skillful Fisher, and said these words to him. "Well, my brother, I see you go to the sea every day with your fishing rod in hand, and when you return, you come laden with fish. And as for me, it is my pleasure to take my bow and arrow and to hunt wild animals up the mountains and down in the valleys. For a long time we have followed our favorite occupation, so that now we must both be tired, you of your fishing, and I of my hunting. Don't you think it would be wise for us to make a change? Will you try hunting in the mountains, and perhaps I will go and fish in the sea?" The Skillful Fisher listened in silence to his brother, and for a moment was thoughtful, but at last he answered, Sure, why not? Your idea is not a bad one at all. Give me your bow and arrow, and I will set out at once for the mountains and hunt for game." "Oh, okay then. Let's do it." And so the matter was settled by this talk, and the two brothers each started out to try each other's respective professions, little dreaming of all that would happen. In fact, it was very unwise of them, for the Happy Hunter knew nothing of fishing, and the Skillful Fisher, who was, by the way, bad-tempered, knew as much about hunting. While the Happy Hunter took his brother's much-prized fishing hook and rod, and went down to the seashore and sat down on the rocks. He baited his hook, and then threw it into the sea clumsily. He sat and gazed at the little float, bobbing up and down in the water, and longed for a good fish to come by and finally be caught on its own volition. Every time the boy moved a little, he pulled up the rod, but there was never a fish at the end of it, only the hook and the bait. If he had known how to fish properly, you see, he would have been able to catch plenty of fish, but although he was the greatest hunter in the land, he could not help being the worst fisher. A whole day passed by just like that, while he sat on the rocks holding the fishing rod and waiting in vain for his luck to turn. And at last the day began to darken, and the evening came. Still he had caught not a single fish. Drawing up his line for the very last time before going home, he found that he had also lost his hook, without even knowing when he had dropped it. And he now began to feel extremely anxious, for he knew that his brother would be angry at his having lost his hook, for it being his only one he valued above all other things. The happy hunter now set to work to look among the rocks and on the sand for the lost hook, and while he was searching to and fro, his brother, the skillful fisher, arrived on the scene. He had failed to find any game while hunting that day, and was not only in a bad temper, but looked fearfully cross. When he saw the happy hunter searching about on the shore, he knew that something must have gone wrong, and so he said at once, "What are you doing, my brother?" The happy hunter went forward timidly, for he feared his brother's anger, and said, "Oh, my brother, I have indeed done poorly." "Well, what's the matter? What have you done?" asked the brother impatiently. "Well, I lost your precious fishing hook." While he was still speaking, his brother stopped him and cried out fiercely, "Lost my hook? It's just what I expected. For this reason, when you first proposed your plan of changing over our occupations, I was really against it, but you seemed to wish it so much that I gave in and allowed you to do as you wished. The mistake of our trying unfamiliar tasks is soon seen, and you have done poorly. I will not return you your bow and arrows until you have found my hook. Look to it that you find it and return it quickly." The happy hunter felt that he was to blame for all that had come to pass, and bore his brother's scornful scolding with humility and patience. He hunted everywhere for the hook most diligently, but it was nowhere to be found. He was, at last, obliged to give up all hope of finding it. He then went home, and in desperation broke his beloved sword into pieces, and made 500 hooks from the metal. He took these to his angry brother, and offered them to him, begging for forgiveness, and begging him to accept them in place of the one that he had lost for him. But this was all useless. His brother would not listen to him, much less grant his request. The happy hunter then made another 500 hooks, and fine ones at that, and again took them to his brother, beseeching him to forgive him and pardon. "Though you make 1,000,000 hooks," said the skillful fisher, shaking his head, "they are of no use to me. I cannot forgive you unless you bring me back my own original hook." Nothing would appease the anger of the skillful fisher, for he had a terrible disposition, and had always hated his brother because of his virtues, and now with the excuse of the lost fishing hook, he planned to kill him, and to usurp his place as the ruler of Japan. The happy hunter knew all this full well, but he could say nothing, for being the younger, he owed his elder brother obedience, and so he returned to the seashore and once more began to look for the missing hook. He was much cast down, for he had lost all hope of ever finding his brother's hook now. While he stood on the beach, lost in the perplexity and wondering what he had best do next, an old man suddenly appeared, carrying a stick in his hand. The happy hunter afterwards remembered that he did not see from whence the old man came, neither did he know how he was there. He happened to look up and saw the old man coming towards him. "You are Ho-Ho-Demi, sometimes called the Happy Hunter. Are you not? Asked the old man. What are you doing alone in such a place? Yes, I am he, answered the unhappy young man. Unfortunately, while fishing, I lost my brother's precious fishing hook. I have hunted all over this shore, but alas, I cannot find it, and I am very troubled. For my brother, you see, he won't forgive me till I restore it to him. But anyway, who are you? My name is Shiwozuchi no Okina, and I live nearby on the shore. I'm very sorry to hear the misfortune that has befallen you. Indeed, you must be very anxious. But if I tell you what I think, the hook is nowhere near here. It is either at the bottom of the sea, or in the body of some fish that has swallowed it. And for that reason, though you spend your whole life looking for it here, you will never find it. The man looked distressed. Then what can I do? You had better go down to Ringu and tell Rinjin, the dragon king of the sea, what your trouble is, and ask him to find the hook for you. I think that's probably the best way. Perhaps the only way. Your idea is a splendid one, said the happy hunter. But I fear I cannot get to the Sea King's realm, for I've always heard that it's situated at the bottom of the sea, and I surely can't swim down that far. Oh, don't worry. There will be no difficulty getting you down there, said the old man. I can soon make something for you to ride on through the sea. Thank you very much, said the happy hunter. Oh, I shall be very grateful to you if you will be so kind. And thus the old man set at once to work, and soon made a basket and offered it to the happy hunter. He received it with great joy, and taking to the water, mounted it, and prepared to start off. He bid goodbye to the kind old man who had helped him so much, and told him that he would certainly reward him as soon as he found his hook, and could return to Japan without fear of his brother's anger. The old man pointed out the direction he must take, and told him how to reach the realm of Ringu, and watched him ride out to sea on the basket, which resembled a small boat. The happy hunter made all the haste he could, riding on the basket which had been given to him by his new friend. His queer boat seemed to go through the water of its own accord, and the distance was much shorter than he had expected, for in a few hours he caught sight of the gate and the roof of the Sea King's palace. And what a large palace it was, with its numberless sloping roofs and gables, huge gateways, and its great stone walls. He soon landed, and leaving his basket on the beach, he walked up to the large gateway. The pillars of the gate were made of beautiful red coral, and the gate itself was adorned with the glittering gems of all kinds. Large katsura trees overshadowed it. Our hero had often heard of the wonders of the Sea King's palace beneath the sea, but all the stories he had ever heard fell short of the reality, which he now saw for the first time with his own eyes. The happy hunter would have liked to enter the gate there and then, but he saw that it was fast closed, and also that there was no one about with whom he could ask to open it for him. So he stopped to think what he should do. In the shade of the trees before the gate, he noticed a well full of fresh spring water. Surely someone would have come out to draw water from the well after some time, he thought. and then he climbed into the tree overhanging the well and seated himself to rest on one of the branches, waiting for what might happen next. Before long he saw a huge gate swing wide open, and out came two beautiful women. Now, the Mikoto had always heard that Ringu was the realm of the Dragon King under the sea, and had naturally supposed that the palace was inhabited by dragons and similar terrible creatures, so that when he saw these two lovely princesses, whose beauty would be rare even in the world from which he had just come, he was exceedingly surprised and wondered what could it all mean. But he said not a word, silently gazing at them through the foliage of the trees, waiting to see what they would do. He saw in their hands they carried golden buckets. Slowly and gracefully in their trailing garments they approached the well, standing in the shade of the katsura trees, and were about to draw water, all unknowing of the stranger who was watching them, for the happy hunter was quite hidden among the branches of the tree where he had posted himself. As the two ladies leaned over the side of the well to let down their golden buckets, which they did every day in the year, they saw reflected in the deep still water the face of a handsome youth gazing up at them from amidst the branches of the tree in whose shade they stood. Never before had they seen the face of a mortal man, and they were frightened, and drew back quickly with their golden buckets in their hands. Their curiosity, however, soon gave them courage, and they glanced timidly upwards to see the cause of the unusual reflection. And then they beheld the happy hunter sitting in the tree, looking down at them with surprise and admiration. They gazed at him, face to face, but their tongues were still with wonder, and could not find a word to say to him. When the hunter saw that he was discovered, he sprang down lightly from the tree, and he said to the maidens, "I am a traveller, and as I was very thirsty, I came to the well in hopes of quenching my thirst, but I could find no bucket from which to draw the water. So I climbed into the tree, much vexed, and, well, I waited for someone to come. Just at that moment, while I was thirstily, impatiently waiting, you noble ladies appeared, as if in answer to my great need. Therefore I pray you of your mercy, give me some water to drink, for I am a thirsty traveller, and I am in a strange land that I don't recognize." His dignity and graciousness overruled their timidity, and bowing in silence, they both once more approached the well, and letting down their golden buckets, drew up some water and poured it into a jeweled cup, offering it to the stranger. He received it from them with both hands, raising it to the height of his forehead in token of high respect and pleasure, and then drank the water quickly, for his thirst was so great. When he had finished his long draught, he set the cup down on the edge of the well, and drawing his short sword, he cut off one of the strange curved jewels, magatama, a necklace of which hung round his neck and fell over his chest. He placed the jewel in the cup, and returned it to them. "This is a token of my thanks," he said, and he bowed deeply. The two ladies took the cup, and looking into it to see what he had put inside, for they did not know yet what it was, they gave a start of surprise, for there lay a beautiful gem at the bottom of the cup, likes that they had never seen. No ordinary mortal would give away a jewel so freely. "Will you not honor us by telling us who you are?" said the elder damsel. "Certainly," said the happy hunter. "I am Hohodemi, the fourth Mikoto, also called in Japan the Happy Hunter." "Are you indeed Hohodemi, the grandson of Amaterasu, the sun goddess?" asked the damsel who had spoken first. "I am the eldest daughter of Rinjin, the king of the sea, and my name is Princess Tayotama." "And," said the younger maiden, who at last found her tongue, "I am her sister, Princess Tamayori." "Are you indeed the daughters of Rinjin, the king of the sea?" the hunter said. "I cannot tell you how glad I am to meet you." And without waiting for them to reply, he went on. "The other day I was fishing with my brother's hook and dropped it. How? I'm sure I can't tell. As my brother prizes his fishing hook above all other possessions, this is the greatest calamity that could have ever befallen me. Unless I find it again, I have never hoped to win my brother's forgiveness, for he is angry at what I have done, and I don't blame him. I've searched for it many, many times and many times again, but I can't find it anywhere. Therefore I am much troubled. While I was hunting for the hook, and in great distress, I met a wise old man, and he told me that the best thing I could do was to come to Ringu, and to Rinjin, the Dragon King of the sea, and ask him to help me. Oh, and this kind old man also showed me how to come here. Now, you know how it is, why I am here. I want to ask Rinjin if he knows where the lost hook is. Will you be so kind as to take me to your father? And, well, do you think that he will even see me?" the happy hunter asked anxiously. Now Princess Tayotama, she listened to his long story, and after thinking for a while, she replied, "Well, not only do I think it will be easy for you to see my father, but I think he will also be much pleased to meet you. I am sure he will say that good fortune has befallen him, that so great and noble a man as you, the grandson of Amaterasu, should come down to the bottom of the sea." And then turning to her younger sister, she said, "Do you not think so, Tamayori?" "Oh, yes, indeed," answered Princess Tamayori in a sweet voice. "As you say, we can now know no greater honor than to welcome the Mikoto to our home. Oh, indeed, what an honor it is." And the happy hunter smiled and told them, "Then I ask you to please be so kind to lead the way. Condescend to enter, Mikoto," said both the sisters, and bowing low, they led him through the gate. The younger princess left her sister to take charge of the happy hunter, and going faster than they, she reached the Sea King's palace first, and running to her father's room, she told him of all that had happened to them at the gate, and that her sister was even now bringing Augustness, this Mikoto, to him. The Dragon King of the Sea was much surprised at the news, for this was very rare, perhaps only once in several hundred years, that the palace of the Sea King was visited by mortals of any capacity, let alone royalty. Rin at once clapped his hands and summoned all of his courtiers and the servants of the palace, and the chief fish of the sea, all together, and solemnly told them that the grandson of the sun goddess Amaterasu was coming to the palace, and that they must be very ceremonious and polite in serving the new royal visitor. He then ordered them all to the entrance of the palace to welcome the happy hunter. Rin then dressed himself in his ceremonial robes, going out to welcome him. In a few moments, the Princess Tayotama and the happy hunter reached the entrance, and the Sea King and his wife bowed to the ground and thanked him for the honor he did them in coming to see them. The Sea King then led the happy hunter to the guest room, and placing him in the uppermost seat, he bowed respectfully before him and said, "I am Rin, the Dragon King of the Sea, and this is my wife. Condescend to remember us forever." "Are you indeed Rin, the King of the Sea, of whom I've often heard so much of?" answered the happy hunter, saluting his host most ceremoniously and gracefully. "King, I must apologize for all the trouble I am giving you by my unexpected visit." And then he bowed again and thanked the Sea King. "You need not thank me," said Rin. "It is I who must thank you for coming. Although the Sea Palace is a poor place, as you see, I shall be highly honored if you will make us a long visit." There was much gladness between the Sea King and the happy hunter, and they sat and talked for a long time. At last, the Sea King clapped his hands, and then a huge retinue of fish appeared, all robed in ceremonial garment, and bearing in their fins various trays, on which all kinds of undersea delicacies were served. The great feast was now spread before the king and his royal guest. All the fishes in waiting were chosen from amongst the finest in the sea, so you can imagine what a wonderful array of sea creatures it was that waited upon the happy hunter that day. All in the palace tried to do their best to please him, and to show him that he was a much honored guest. During the long repast, which lasted for hours, Rin commanded his daughters to play some music, and the two princesses came in and performed on the koto, a Japanese harp, and sang and danced in turns. The time passed so pleasantly that the happy hunter seemed to forget his trouble, and why he had came to the Sea King's realm, and he gave himself up to the enjoyment of this wonderful place, the land of the fairy fish. Who has ever heard of a place so marvelous? But the Mikoto soon remembered what had brought him to Ringu, and he said to his host, "Perhaps your daughters have told you, King Rin, that I have come here to try and recover my brother's fishing hook, which I lost while fishing the other day. May I ask you to be so kind as to inquire of all of your subjects if any of them has seen a fishing hook lost in the sea?" "Certainly," said the obliging Sea King. "I will immediately summon them all here and ask them." As soon as he had issued the command, the octopus, the cuttlefish, the bonito, the oxtail fish, eel, jellyfish, shrimp, and many other fishes of all kinds came in and sat down before Rin, their king, and arranged themselves and their fins in order. And then the Sea King said solemnly to them, "Our visitor, who is sitting before you all, is the Mikoto grandson of Amaterasu. His name is Hohodemi, the fourth Mikoto, and he is also called the Happy Hunter of the Mountains, for he was fishing the other day upon the shore of Japan. Someone robbed him of his brother's fishing hook. He has come all the way down to the bottom of the sea to our kingdom, because he thought that one of you fishers may have taken the hook from him in mischievous play. If any of you have done so, you must return it immediately, by order of the king, or if any of you know who the thief is, you must at once tell us the name and where they are. All the fish were taken by surprise when they heard these words, and could say nothing for some time. They sat looking at each other and at the Dragon King. At last the cuttlefish came forward and said, "My king, I think that Tai, the red bream, must be the thief who has stolen the hook." The king raised an eyebrow. "Where is your proof?" he asked. And the cuttlefish replied, "Since yesterday evening the Tai has not been able to eat anything. Actually, he seems to be suffering from a bad throat, and for this reason I think that the hook may actually be in his throat. I think we had better send for him at once." All the fish agreed to this and said, "Yes, it's certainly strange that the Tai is the only fish who has not obeyed your summons. Will you send for him and inquire into the matter? Then our innocence will certainly be proved." "Yes," said the Sea King. "It is indeed strange that the Tai has not come, for he ought to be the first to be here. Send for him at once." Without waiting for the king's order, the cuttlefish had already started for the Tai's dwelling, and he now returned, bringing the Tai with him. He led him before the king. The Tai sat there looking frightened and ill, and he was certainly in pain, for his usually red face was pale, and his eyes were nearly closed, and looked about half their usual size. "Answer, O Tai," cried the Sea King. "Why did you not come in answer to my summons today?" "I've been ill since yesterday," answered the Tai. "That is why I could not come." "Do not say another word," cried Rinjin angrily. "Your illness is the punishment of the gods for stealing Mikoto's hook." "It is only too true," said the Tai. "The hook is still in my throat, and all my efforts to get it out have been useless. I can't eat, and I can scarcely breathe, and each moment I feel that it will choke me. Sometimes it gives me great pain. I had no intention of stealing the Mikoto's hook, really. I heedlessly snapped at the bait which I saw in the water. I was hungry. The hook came off and it stuck in my throat. Please forgive me." The cuttlefish now came forward and said to the king, "What I said was right. You see, the hook still sticks in the Tai's throat. I hope to be able to pull it out in the presence of the Mikoto, and then we can return it to him safely." "Oh, please, make haste and pull it out, I beg you," cried the Tai, pitifully, for he felt the pains in his throat coming on again. "I want to return the hook back to the hunter." "All right, Tai," said his friend the cuttlefish, and then opening the Tai's mouth as wide as he could, and putting on one of his feelers down the Tai's throat, he quickly and easily drew the hook out of the sufferer's large mouth. He then washed it and brought it to the king. Rin Jin took the hook from his subject, and then respectfully returned it to the happy hunter, who was overjoyed at getting it back. He thanked Rin Jin many times, his face beaming with gratitude, and said that he owed the happy ending of his quest to the Sea King's wise authority and kindness. But Rin Jin now desired to punish the Tai. But the happy hunter begged him not to do so. Since his lost hook was thus happily recovered, he did not wish to make more trouble for the poor little Tai, who had already suffered enough already. It was indeed the Tai who had taken the hook, yes, but he had already been punished for that fault, if fault it could be called. What he had done was done in heedlessness, and certainly not by intention. The happy hunter said that in fact he blamed himself. If he had understood how to fish properly, he would have never lost the hook, and therefore all his trouble had been caused in the first place by his trying to do something which he did not know how to do. And so with that reasoning, he begged the Sea King to forgive his subject. And who could resist the pleading of so wise and compassionate a judge? Rin Jin forgave the subject at once, at the request of his Mikoto guest. The Tai was so glad that he shook his fins for joy, and he and all the other fish went out from the presence of their king, praising the virtues of the wise hunter. Now that the hook was found, the hunter had nothing to keep him in Ringu, and he was anxious to get back to his own kingdom and to make peace with his angry brother, the skillful fisher. But the Sea King, who had learned to love him, and would fain to have kept him as a son, begged him not to go so soon, but to make the sea palace his home as long as he ever liked. While the happy hunter was hesitating, the two lovely princesses, Tayotama and Tamayori, came, and with the sweetest of bows and voices, joined their father in pressing him to stay, so that without seeming ungracious, he could not say them nay, and was obliged to stay for at least some time. Between the sea realm and the earth, there was no difference in the night of time, and the happy hunter found that 3 years went fleeting quickly in this delightful land. The years pass swiftly when anyone is truly happy, but though the wonders of that enchanted land seemed to be new every day, and though the Sea King's kindness seemed rather to increase than to grow less with time, the happy hunter grew more and more homesick as the days passed, and he could not repress a great anxiety to know what had happened to his home and country and his brother while he was away. And so at last he went to the Sea King and said, "My stay with you has been most happy, and I'm very grateful to you for all your kindness to me. But I govern Japan, and delightful as this place is, I cannot absence myself forever from my country. I must also return the fishing hook to my brother and ask his forgiveness for having deprived him of it for so long. I am indeed very sorry to part from you, but this time it really can't be helped. With your gracious permission, I will take my leave today. I hope to make you another visit some day. Please give up the idea of my staying any longer." King Rin Jin was overcome with sorrow at the thought that he must lose his friend who made a great diversion in the palace of the sea. and his tears fell fast as he answered, "We are indeed very sorry to part with you, Mikoto, for we have enjoyed your stay with us very much. You have become a noble and honored guest, and we have heartily made you welcome, but I quite understand that as you govern Japan you ought to be there and not here, and that it is vain for us to try and keep you longer with us, as much as we would like to have you stay. But I hope you won't forget us. Strange circumstances, to say the least, have brought us together, and I trust the friendship thus begun between the land and the sea will last and grow stronger than it had ever been before." When the Sea King had finished speaking, he turned to his 2 daughters and bade them bring the 2 tide jewels of the sea. The 2 princesses bowed low, rose and glided out of the hall. In a few minutes they returned, each one carrying in their hands a flashing gem which the room filled with light. As the happy hunter looked at them, he wondered what they could be, and the Sea King took them from his daughters and said, "These 2 valuable talismans we have inherited from our ancestors from time immemorial. We now give them to you, as a parting gift in token of our great affection to you. These 2 gems are called the Nanjiao and the Kanjiao." The happy hunter bowed low to the ground. "I can never thank you enough for all your kindness, King. And now, will you add one more favor to the rest, and tell me what these jewels are, and what am I to do with them?" "The Nanjiao," answered the Sea King, "is also called the Jewel of the Flood Tide, and whoever holds it in his possession can command the sea to roll in and flood the land at any time he wills. The Kanjiao is also called the Jewel of Ebbing Tide, and this gem controls the sea and the waves thereof, and will cause even a tidal wave to recede." Then Rin Jin showed his friend how to use the talismans one by one and handed them to him. The happy hunter was very glad to have these 2 wonderful gems, the Jewel of the Flood Tide and the Jewel of the Ebbing Tide, for he felt that they would preserve him in case of danger from enemies at any time. After thanking his kind host again and again, he prepared to depart. The Sea King and the 2 princesses, Tayotama and Tamayori, and all the inmates of the palace, came out to say farewell, and before the sound of the last goodbye had died away, the happy hunter had passed out from under the gateway, past the well of happy memory, standing in the shade of the great katsura trees on his way to the beach. Here he found, instead of the strange basket on which he had come to the realm of Ringu, a large crocodile waiting for him, and he had never seen such a huge creature. It measured 8 fathoms in length from the tip of its tail and the end of its long mouth. The Sea King had ordered the monster to carry the hunter back to Japan. Just like the wonderful basket which Shiwazuchi no Okina had made, it could travel faster than any boat, and in this strange way, riding on the back of a crocodile, the happy hunter finally returned to his own land. As soon as the crocodile landed him, the hunter hastened to tell the skillful fisher of his safe return. He then gave him back the fishing hook, which had been found in the mouth of the Tai, and which had been the cause of so much trouble between them. And with that he earnestly begged his brother's forgiveness, telling him all that had happened to him in the Sea King's palace, and what wonderful adventures had led to the finding of the hook. Now, the skillful fisher had used the lost hook as an excuse for driving his brother out of the country, and when his brother had left him that day 3 years ago and had not returned, he had been very glad in his evil heart, and had at once usurped his brother's place as ruler of the land. He was now powerful and rich. Now, in the midst of enjoying what did not belong to him, and hoping that his brother might never return to claim his rights, quite unexpectedly, there he stood, the happy hunter, the unwelcome returned brother, right there before him. The skillful fisher feigned forgiveness, for he could make no more excuses for sending his brother away again, but in his heart he was very angry and hated his brother more and more, till at last he could no longer bear the sight of him, day after day, planning and watching for an opportunity to kill him. One day, when the happy hunter was walking in the rice fields, his brother followed him with a dagger. But the happy hunter knew that his brother was following him to kill him, and he felt that now, in this hour of great danger, was the time to use the jewels of the flow and ebb of the tide, to prove whether the Sea King had told him was true or not. So he took out the jewel of the flood tide from the bosom of his dress and raised it to his forehead. Instantly, over the fields and over the farms the sea came rolling in wave upon wave, till it reached the very spot where his brother was standing. The fisher stood amazed and terrified. In another minute he was struggling in the water and calling upon his brother to save him from drowning. The happy hunter, of course, had a kind heart, and he couldn't bear to see the sight of his brother's distress. At once he put back the jewel of the flood tide and took out the jewel of the ebb tide. No sooner did he hold it up as high as his forehead that the sea ran back, and ere the long tossing, rolling floods had vanished, and the farms and fields and dry land appeared as before. The skillful fisher was very frightened at the peril of death in which he had stood, and was greatly impressed by the wondering things that he's seen his brother could do. He learned now that he was making a fatal mistake to set himself against his brother, younger than he thought he was, for he now had become so powerful that the sea would flow in and the tide ebb at a word of his command. And so he humbled himself before the happy hunter and asked him to forgive him all the wrong he had done to him. The skillful fisher promised to restore his brother to his rights, and swore that though the happy hunter was the younger brother and owed him allegiance by right of birth, that he, the skillful fisher, would exalt him as superior and bow before him as lord of all Japan. And then the happy hunter said that he would forgive his brother if he would throw into the receding tide all his evil ways. The fisher promised, and there was peace between the two brothers. From this time he kept his word, and he became a kind brother, and eventually a good man. And the happy hunter, well, he now ruled his kingdom without being disturbed by family strife, and in Japan there was peace for a long, long time. Above all the treasures in his house, he prized the wonderful jewels of the flow and ebb of the tide which had been given to him by Rinjin, the Dragon King of the Sea. The Tale of the Farmer and the Badger. Long, long ago, there lived an old farmer and his wife, who made their home in the mountains, far, far from any town. Their only neighbor was a bad and malicious badger. This badger used to come out every night and run across the farmer's field to spoil the vegetables and the rice which the farmer spent his time carefully cultivating. The badger at last grew so ruthless in his mischievous work, and did so much harm everywhere on the farm, that even the good-natured farmer could no longer stand it, and he determined to put a stop to it. So he lay in wait, day after day, and night after night, with a big club, hoping to catch the badger, but it was all in vain. Then he laid traps for the wicked animal, and the farmer's trouble and patience was indeed rewarded, for one fine day, on going his rounds, he found the badger caught in a hole he had dug for that purpose. The farmer was delighted at having caught his enemy, and carried him home securely, bound with a rope. When he reached the house, the farmer said to his wife, "I have at last caught this horrible badger. You must keep an eye on him while I am out at work, and not let him escape, because I am going to make him into a soup this very evening." Saying this, he hung the badger up to the rafters of his storehouse, and went out to his work in the fields. Well, the badger, it was in great distress, as you could imagine, for he did not at all appreciate the idea of being made into a soup, and he thought and thought for a long time, trying to hit upon some plan in which he might escape. It was hard to think clearly, of course, in his uncomfortable position, for he had been hung upside down. Very near to him, at the entrance to the storehouse, looking out towards the green fields and trees and the pleasant sunshine, stood the farmer's old wife, pounding barley. She looked old and tired. Her face was seamed with many wrinkles, and was brown as leather, and every now and then she stopped to wipe the sweat which rolled down her face. "Dear lady," said the wily badger, "you must be very weary doing such heavy work in your old age. Won't you let me do that for you? My arms are very strong, you see, and I could relieve you at least for a little while." The old woman looked at the badger, and replied, "Well, thank you for your kindness, but, well, I cannot let you do this work for me, because, well, I'm not allowed to untie you, for you might escape if I did. Oh, yes, and then my husband would be very angry indeed if he came home and found you gone, all the trouble that you've been to him." Now, the badger is, as you should know, one of the most cunning of animals, and he said again in a very sad and gentle voice, "Oh, you are very unkind. You might untie me. I promise I will not try to escape. If you are afraid of your husband, I will let you bind me again before his return, when I finished pounding the barley for you. I am so tired and sore, being tied up like this for so long. If only you would let me down just for a few minutes, oh, I would be so thankful." Now the old woman had a very good and simple nature about her, and could not think badly of anyone, even the badger. Much less did she think that the badger was only deceiving her in order to get away. Well, she felt sorry, too, for the animal, as she turned to look at him in that sorry state. He looked in such a sad plight, hanging downwards from the ceiling by his little legs, which were all tied together so tightly that the rope and the knots were even cutting into his skin. And so, in the kindness of her kind heart, and believing the creature's promise that he would indeed not run away, she untied the cord, and she let him down. The old woman then gave him the wooden pestle, and told him to do the work for a short time, while she could get a little bit of rest. He took the pestle, but instead of doing the work as he was told, the badger at once sprang upon the old woman, and knocked her down with the heavy piece of wood. He then killed her, and cut her up, and made soup of her, and waited for the return of the old farmer. The old man worked hard in his fields all day, and as he worked, he thought with pleasure that no more now would his labor be spoiled by this troublesome and destructive badger. Towards sunset, he left his work and returned to go home, and he was indeed very tired. But the thought of a nice supper of hot badger soup awaiting his return was certainly more than enough to give him some cheer. The thought that the badger might get free and take revenge on the poor old woman, well, that was something that simply never came across his mind. Meanwhile, the badger had assumed the old woman's form, and as soon as he saw the old farmer approaching, came out to greet him on the veranda of the little house. "So, husband, you have come back at last. I have made the badger soup, and have been waiting for you, oh, such a long time." The old farmer quickly took off his straw sandals, and sat down before his tiny dinner tray. The innocent man never even dreamed that it was not his wife but the badger who was waiting upon him, and asked at once for a nice bowl of soup. And then the badger suddenly transformed himself back into his natural form, and cried out, "You wife-eating old man, look out for the bones in the kitchen." Laughing loudly and derisively, he escaped out of the house and ran away to his den in the hills. The old man was left behind, alone. He could hardly believe what he had seen, no less what he had heard. And when he understood the whole truth, he was so scared and horrified that he fainted right away. After a while, he came round, and when he did, he burst into tears. He cried loudly and bitterly. He rocked himself to and fro in his hopeless grief. It seemed too terrible to be real, that his faithful old wife had been killed and cooked by the badger while he was working quietly in the fields, knowing nothing of what was going on at home, and congratulating himself on having once and for all got rid of the wicked animal who had so often spoiled his fields. And oh, the horrible thought! He had very nearly drunk the soup which the vile creature had made of his poor old wife. "Oh, my dear wife," he cried aloud. Now, not far away, there lived in the mountain a kind, good-natured old rabbit, the opposite of the badger, for sure. And this old rabbit had heard the old man crying and sobbing, and at once set out to see what was the matter with him. and if there was anything he could do to help his neighbor. The old man told him all that had happened. When the rabbit heard the story, he was so angry at the wicked and deceitful badger, and told the old man to leave everything to him. He would be the one to avenge his poor wife's death. The farmer was at last comforted, and wiping away his tears, thanked the rabbit for his goodness in coming to him in such distress. The rabbit, seeing the farmer was growing calmer finally, went back to his home to lay his plans for the punishment of the badger. The next day, the weather was fine, and the rabbit went out to find the vile badger. He was not to be seen in the woods, nor on the hillsides, or in the fields anywhere. So the rabbit went to his den, and he found the badger hiding in there, for the animal had been far too afraid to show himself ever since he escaped from the farmer's house, for fear of the old man's wrath. The rabbit called out, "Badger, why are you not out on such a beautiful day? Can't you see the sun shining? Come out with me, and we will go out and cut grass on the hills together." The badger, never doubting that the rabbit was his friend, willingly consented to go with him, only too glad to get away from the neighborhood of the farmer and the fear of meeting him. The rabbit led the way miles away from their homes, out on the hills where the grass grew tall and thick and sweet. They both set to work to cut down as much as they could carry home, to store it up for their winter's food. When they had each cut down all they wanted, they tied it in bundles, and then started homeward, each carrying his bundle of grass on his back. But this time, the rabbit made the badger go ahead first. When they had gone a little way, the rabbit took out a flint and steel, and, striking it over the badger's back as he stepped along in front, set his bundle of grass on fire. The badger heard the flint striking and asked, "What is that noise? Crack, crack." "Oh, that's nothing," replied the rabbit. "I only said crack, crack because this mountain is actually called Crackling Mountain." The fire soon spread in the bundle of dry grass on the badger's back. The badger, hearing the crackle of the burning grass, asked, "What is that?" The rabbit answered, "Oh, well, you see, badger, we have now come to the burning mountain." By this time, the bundle was nearly burned out, and all the hair had been burned off the badger's back. He now knew what had happened by the smell of the smoke and the burning of the grass. Screaming with pain, the badger ran as fast as he could to his hole. The rabbit followed and found him lying on his bed, groaning in pain. "Oh, what an unlucky fellow you are," said the rabbit. "I can't imagine how all this happened. So mysterious. You just wait here. I will bring you some medicine, which will certainly heal your back quite quickly." The rabbit went away, glad and smiling to think that the punishment upon the badger had already begun. He hoped that the badger would succumb to the wounds of his burns, for he felt that nothing could be too bad for the animal who was guilty of dispatching the poor, helpless old woman who had trusted him so much. He went home, and he made an ointment. Made it by mixing some sauce and red pepper together. And he carried this to the badger. But before putting it on, he told him that it would cause him great pain, but he must bear it patiently, because it was a very wonderful medicine for burns and scalds and such wounds. While the badger trusted him, and thanked him, and begged him to apply it at once. But no language of mine can describe the agony of the badger as soon as the red pepper had been pasted all over his sore back. He rolled over, and he howled louder than he had ever howled before. The rabbit, looking on, felt that the farmer's wife was perhaps beginning to be avenged. The badger was in bed for about a month, but at last, in spite of the red pepper application, his burns healed, and he got well. When the rabbit saw that the badger was getting well, he thought of another plan by which he could compass the creature's death. So he went one day to pay the badger a visit, and to congratulate him on his swift recovery. During the conversation, the rabbit mentioned that he was going fishing, and described how pleasant fishing was when the weather was fine and the sea was smooth. The badger listened with pleasure to the rabbit's account of the way he passed his time now, and forgot all his pains and his month's illness, and thought what fun it would be if he could go fishing too. And so he asked the rabbit if he would take him the next time he went out to fish. This was just what the rabbit wanted, so he of course agreed. The day came when the rabbit had arranged to take the badger fishing. He kept the wooden boat himself, and gave the badger the clay boat. The badger, who knew nothing of boats at all, was delighted with his new boat, and thought how kind it was for the rabbit to give it to him. Thus they both got into their boats and set out. After going some distance from the shore, the rabbit proposed that they should try their boats to see which one could go the quickest. The badger fell in with the proposal, and they both set to work to row as fast as they could for some time. In the middle of the race, the badger found his boat going to pieces, for the water now began to soften the clay. He cried out in great fear to the rabbit to help him, but the rabbit answered that he was avenging the old woman's murder, and that this had been his intention all along, and that he was happy to think that the badger had at last met his just deserts for his evil crimes, and was to drown, with no one coming to help him. And then he raised his oar, and struck the badger with all his strength, till he fell with the sinking clay boat, and was never seen again. Thus, at last, he kept his promise to the old farmer. The rabbit now turned and rowed shorewards, and having landed and pulled his boat upon the shore, hurried back to tell the old farmer everything, and how the badger, his enemy, had finally been killed. The old farmer thanked him, with tears in his eyes. He said that till now he could never sleep at night, or be at peace in the daytime, thinking of how his wife's death was unavenged. But from this time he would be able to sleep and eat as of old. He begged the rabbit to stay with him and share his home, and so from this day the rabbit went to stay with the old farmer, and they both lived together as best friends to the end of their days. The Adventures of Kintaro, the Golden Boy. Long, long ago, there lived in Kyoto a brave soldier. His name was Kintoki. he fell in love with a beautiful girl, and eventually married her. Not long after this, through the malice of some of his friends, he fell into disgrace at court, and was dismissed. This misfortune so preyed upon his mind that he did not long survive his dismissal, and he died, leaving behind him his beautiful young wife to face the world alone. Fearing her husband's enemies, she fled to the Ashigara Mountains as soon as her husband had died, and there in the lonely forests, where no one ever came except woodcutters, a little boy was born to her. She called him Kintaro, or the Golden Boy. Now, the remarkable thing about this child was his great strength, and as he grew older, he only grew stronger and stronger, so that by the time he was 8 years of age, he was able to cut down trees as quickly as the woodcutters. Then his mother gave him a large axe, and he used to go out into the forest to help the woodcutters, who called him the Wonder Child, and they called his mother the old nurse of the mountains, for they did not know her high rank. Another favorite pastime of Kintaro's was to smash up the rocks and stones, so you can imagine how strong he truly was. But quite unlike other boys, Kintaro grew up all alone in the mountain wilds. As he had no companions, he made friends with all the little animals and learned to understand them and speak their strange languages. By degrees they all grew quite tame, and looked upon Kintaro as their master, and he used them as his servants and messengers. But his special retainers were the bear, the deer, the monkey, and the hare. The bear often brought her cubs for Kintaro to play with, and when she came to take them home, Kintaro would get on their back and have a ride to her cave. He was very fond of the deer, too, and he would often put his arms round the creature's neck to show that its long horns did not frighten him. Great was the fun that they all had together in those peaceful days. Now one day, as usual, Kintaro went up to the mountains, followed by the bear, the deer, the monkey, and the hare. After walking for some time up hill and down dale over rough roads, they suddenly came out upon a wide and grassy plain, covered with pretty and wild flowers. Here, indeed, was a nice place where they could all have a good play together. The deer rubbed his horns against a tree for pleasure. The monkey scratched his back. The hare smoothed his long ears, and the bear gave a grunt of deep satisfaction. Kintaro said, "Here is a place for good games. What do you say to a wrestling match?" The bear, being the biggest and the oldest, answered for the others. "Well, that would be great fun," she said. "I am the strongest animal, so I will make the platform for the wrestlers." And she set to work with a will to dig up the earth and to pat it into shape. "All right," said Kintaro. "I will look on while you all wrestle with each other. I shall give a prize to the one who wins in each round." "Oh, what great fun," said the bear. "Well, we shall all try and get the prize then." The deer, the monkey, and the hare set to work to help the bear raise the platform on which they were all to wrestle. When this was finished, Kintaro cried out, "Now, begin. The monkey and the hare shall open the sports, and the deer shall be the umpire. Now, Mr. Deer, you are to be the umpire." "He he he," answered the deer. "I will be the umpire. Great. Now, Mr. Monkey and Mr. Hare, if you are both ready, please walk out and take your places on the platform." Then the monkey and the hare both hopped out, quickly and nimbly, to the wrestling platform. The deer, as he was the umpire, stood between the two and called out, "Red back, red back." This to the monkey, who has a red back in Japan, of course. "Are you ready?" And then he turned to the hare. Long ears, are you ready?" Both the little wrestlers faced each other while the deer raised a leaf on high as signal. When he dropped the leaf, the monkey and the hare rushed upon each other, crying, "Yoshaw, yoshaw, let's go!" While the monkey and the hare wrestled, the deer called encouragingly or shouted warnings to each of them, as the hare or the monkey pushed each other near the edge of the platform and were in danger of falling over. Red back, stand your ground," called out the deer. Long ears, be strong. Don't let the monkey beat you," grunted the bear. So the monkey and the hare, encouraged by their friends, tried their very hardest to beat each other. The hare at last gained on the monkey, and the monkey seemed to trip up, and the hare, giving him a good push, sent him flying off the platform with a bound. Oh, the poor monkey sat up rubbing his back, and his face was very long as he screamed angrily, "Oh, how my back hurts! My back hurts me!" Seeing the monkey in this plight on the ground, the deer, holding his leaf on high, said, "The round is finished. The hare has won." Kintaro then opened his luncheon box and took out a rice dumpling, giving it to the hare, saying, "Here is your prize. You have earned it, and earned it well." Now the monkey got up, and looking very cross, and as they say in Japan, his stomach stood up, for he felt as he had not been fairly beaten. So he said to Kintaro and the others who were standing by, "I have been not fairly done by. My foot slipped and I tumbled. Please give me another chance and let the hare wrestle with me for another round." And then Kintaro consenting, the hare and the monkey began to wrestle again. Now, as everyone knows, the monkey is by its nature a cunning animal, and he made up his mind to get the best of the hare this time, if it were possible. To do this, he thought that the best and surest way would be to get hold of the hare's long ears. This he soon managed to do. The hare was quite thrown off his guard by the pain of having his long ear pulled so hard, and the monkey, seizing his opportunity at last, caught hold of one of the hare's legs and sent him sprawling in the middle of the dais. The monkey was now the victor, and received a rice dumpling from Kintaro, which pleased him so much that he quite forgot about his sore back. The deer now came up and asked if the hare felt ready for another round, and if so, whether he would try a round with him. And the hare consenting, they both stood up to wrestle. The bear came forward as an umpire. The deer with long horns and the hare with long ears. It must have been an amusing sight to see those who watched this strange match. Suddenly, The deer went down on one of his knees, and the bear with the leaf on high declared him beaten. In this way, sometimes the one, sometimes the other, conquering, the little party amused themselves until they were quite tired. At last, Kintaro got up and said, "This is enough for today. What a nice place we have found for the wrestling. Let us come again tomorrow. Now we will all go home. Come along." So saying, Kintaro led the way, while the other animals followed closely behind him. After walking some little distance, they came out on the banks of a river flowing through a valley. Kintaro and his 4 furry friends stood and looked about for some means of crossing. Bridge there was none. The river rushed don 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 on its way. All the animals looked serious, wondering how they could cross the stream and get home that evening. Kintaro, however, said, "Wait a moment. I'll make a good bridge for you all in just a few minutes." The bear, the deer, the monkey, and the hare looked at him to see exactly how he was going to accomplish this. Kintaro went from one tree to another that grew along the river bank. At last, he stopped in front of a very large tree that was growing at the water's edge. He took hold of the trunk, pulled it with all his might, once, twice, thrice. At the third pull, so great was Kintaro's strength that the roots gave away, and crash, crash, over fell the tree, forming an excellent bridge across the stream. "There," said Kintaro. "What do you all think of my bridge? It's quite safe. So come on, follow me." And he stepped across first. The 4 animals followed. Never had they seen anyone so strong before, and they all exclaimed, "How strong he is! How strong Kintaro is!" While all this was going on by the river, a woodcutter, who happened to be standing on a rock overlooking the stream, had seen all that had passed beneath him. He watched with great surprise at Kintaro and his animal companions. He rubbed his eyes to be sure that he was not dreaming when he saw this boy pull over a tree by the roots and throw it across the stream to form a bridge. The woodcutter, for such he seemed to be by his dress, marveled at all he saw and said to himself, "This is no ordinary child. Whose son can he be? I will find it out before the day is done, that's for sure." He hastened after the strange party and crossed the bridge behind them. Kintaro knew nothing of all this, and little guessed that he was being followed. On reaching the other side of the river, he and the animals separated, they to their lairs in the woods, and he to his mother, who was waiting for him. As soon as he entered the cottage, which stood like a matchbox in the heart of the pine woods, he went to greet his mother, saying, "Oka-san, mother, here I am." "Oh, Kintaro," said to his mother with a bright smile, glad to see her boy home safe after the long day. "How late you are today! I feared something had happened to you. Where have you been all this time, Kintaro?" "I took my 4 friends, the bear, the deer, the monkey, and the hare, far up into the hills, and there I made them try a wrestling match to see who was the strongest. And we all enjoyed the sport, mother. Oh, we did. In fact, we're going to the same place tomorrow to have another match." His mother took it in good humor. "Oh, really? Well, now tell me, who is the strongest of them all?" asked his mother, pretending not to know. Kintaro replied to her. "Oh, mother," he said, "don't you know that I am the strongest? There was no need for me to wrestle any of them." "Well, but next to you, then, who is the strongest?" Kintaro answered quickly. "Of course the bear, mother. He comes next to me in strength." "And after the bear?" asked his mother again. "Next to the bear, well, it's not actually easy to say which is the strongest. For the deer, the monkey, and the hare all seem to be as strong as each other." Suddenly, Kintaro and his mother were startled by a voice from outside. "Listen to me, little boy. Next time you go, take this old man with you to the wrestling match. He would like to join the sport, too." It was the woodcutter, who had followed Kintaro from the river. He slipped off his clogs and entered the cottage. Yamauba and her son were both taken by surprise. They looked at the intruder with wonder and saw that he was someone that they had never seen before. "Who are you?" they asked. Then the woodcutter laughed and said, "It does not matter who I am yet, but let's see who has the strongest arm, this boy or me." Then Kintaro, who had lived in the forest all his life, answered the old man without any ceremony, saying, "We will have a try if you wish it, but you must not be angry whoever is beaten." Then Kintaro and the woodcutter both put out their right arms and grasped each other's hands. For a long time Kintaro and the old man wrestled each other in this way, each trying to bend the other's arm. But the old man was very strong indeed, and the strange pair were evenly matched. At last the old man desisted, declaring it a drawn game. "Oh, indeed, a very strong child. There are few men who could boast of strength of my right arm," said the woodcutter. "I saw you first on the banks of the river a few hours ago, you see, when you pulled up that large tree to make a bridge across the torrent. Hardly able to believe what I saw, I followed you home. Your strength of arm, which I have just tried, well, that proves enough what I saw this afternoon. When you're fully grown, you will surely be the strongest man in all of Japan. It's a pity you are hidden away in these wild mountains." Then he turned to Kintaro's mother. "And you, mother, have you no thought of taking your child to the capital and teaching him to carry a sword as befits a samurai?" "You are very kind to take so much interest in my son," replied the mother. "But he is, as you see, wild and uneducated, and I fear it would be very difficult to do as you say. Because of his great strength as an infant, I hid him away in this unknown part of the country, for he hurt everyone that ever came near him. I've often wished that I could, one day, see my boy a samurai, wearing 2 swords. But as we have no influential friend to introduce us at the capital, well, I fear that my hope will simply never come true." "You need not trouble yourself about that. To tell you the truth, I am no woodcutter. I am one of the great generals of Japan, and my name is Sadamitsu, and I am a vassal of the powerful Lord Minamoto no Raiko. He ordered me to go around the country and look for boys who give promise of remarkable strength, so that they may be trained as soldiers for his army. I thought that I could best do this by assuming the disguise of a woodcutter, you see. By good fortune, I have thus unexpectedly come across your son, Now, if you really wish him to become a samurai, I will take him, and I will present him to the Lord Raiko as a candidate for his service. What do you say to this?" As the general gradually unfolded his plan, the mother's heart was filled with a great joy. She saw that here was a wonderful chance of the one wish of her life being fulfilled, that of seeing Kintaro a noble samurai before she went to the grave. Bowing her head to the ground, she replied, "I will then entrust my son to you, if you really mean what you say." Kintaro had all this time been sitting by his mother's side listening to what they said. When his mother had finished speaking, he exclaimed, "Oh, joy! What a great joy! I am going to go with the general, and one day I will be a samurai." And thus, like this, Kintaro's fate was settled, and the general decided to start for the capital at once, taking Kintaro with him. It need hardly be said that Yamauba was sad at parting with her boy, for he was all that she had left. But she hid her grief with a strong face, as they say in Japan. She knew that it was for her boy's own good, that he should leave her now, and she must not discourage him just as he was setting out. Kintaro promised never to forget her, and said that as soon as he was a samurai wearing 2 swords, he would build her a home and take care of her in her old age. All the animals, those he had tamed to serve him, the bear, the deer, the monkey, and the hare, as soon as they found out he was going away, came to ask if they might attend him as usual. When they learned he was going away for good, they followed him to the foot of the mountain to see him off. "Kintaro," said his mother, "mind yourself and be a good boy." "Mr. Kintaro," said the faithful animals, "we wish you good health on your travels." Then they all climbed to a tree to see the last of him, and from that height they watched him as his shadow gradually grew smaller and smaller, till he was lost to sight. The General Sadamitsu went on his way rejoicing at having so unexpectedly found such a progeny as Kintaro. Having arrived at their destination, the General took Kintaro at once to his lord, Minamoto no Raiko, and told him all about Kintaro and how he had found the child. Lord Raiko was, of course, delighted with the story, and having commanded Kintaro to be brought to him, made him one of his vassals at once. Lord Raiko's army, you see, was famous for its band called the 4 Braves. These warriors were chosen by himself from amongst the bravest and strongest of his soldiers, and the small and well-picked band was distinguished throughout the whole of Japan for the dauntless courage of its men. When Kintaro grew up to be a man, his master made him the chief of the 4 Braves, and he was by far the strongest of them all. Soon after this event, news was brought to the city that a cannibal monster had taken up his abode not far away, and that people were stricken with fear. Lord Raiko ordered Kintaro to the rescue. He immediately started off, delighted at the prospect of trying his sword, and, surprising the monster in its den, made short work of cutting off its giant head, which he carried all the way back in triumph to his master. And thus, that was how Kintaro rose to be the greatest hero of his time of the country, and great was the power and honor and wealth that came to him. he now kept his promise and built a comfortable home for his old mother, who lived happily with him in the capital to the end of her days. Is this not the story of a great hero? The story of Princess Hase. Many, many years ago, there lived in Nara, the ancient capital of Japan, a wise state minister by the name of Prince Toyonari Fujiwara. His wife was a noble, good and beautiful woman called Princess Murasaki, or Violet. They had been married by their respective families according to Japanese custom when very young, and had lived together happily ever since. But they had, however, one cause for great sorrow, for as the years went by, no child was born to them. This made them very unhappy, for they both longed to see a child of their own who would grow up to gladden their old age, carry on the family name, and keep the ancestral rights when they were gone. The prince and his lovely wife, after long consultation and much thought, determined to make a pilgrimage to the temple of Hase no Kannon, the goddess of mercy at Hase, for they believed, according to the beautiful tradition of their religion, that the Mother of Mercy, Kannon, comes to answer the prayers of mortals in the form that they need the most. Surely, after all these years of prayer, she would come to them in the form of a beloved child in answer to their special pilgrimage, for that was the greatest need of their two lives. Everything else they had this life could give them, but it was all as nothing, because the cry of their hearts was so unsatisfied. So, Prince Toyonari and his wife went to the temple of Kannon at Hase, and stayed there for a long time, both daily offering incense and praying to Kannon, the Heavenly Mother, to grant them the desire of their whole lives, and their prayer was finally answered. A daughter was born at last to the Princess Murasaki, and great was the joy of her heart. On presenting the child to her husband, they both decided to call her Hase Hime, or the Princess of Hase, because she was the gift of the Kannon at that place. They both reared her with great care and tenderness, and the child grew in strength and beauty. When the child was 5 years old, her mother fell dangerously ill, and all the doctors and medicines could not save her. A little before she breathed her last, she called her daughter to her, and gently stroking her head, said these words, "Hase Hime, do you know that your mother cannot live any longer? Though I die, you have to grow up a good girl. Do your best not to give trouble to your nurse or any other of the family. Perhaps your father will marry again, and someone will fill my place as your mother. If so, do not grieve for me, but look upon your father's second wife as your true mother, and be obedient and filial to both her and your father. Remember, when you are grown up, to be submissive to those who are your superiors, and to be kind to all those who are beneath you. Don't forget this. I die with the hope that you will grow up to be a model woman." Hase Hime listened in an attitude of respect while her mother spoke, and promised to do all that she was told. There is in fact a proverb that says, as the soul is at 3, so it is at 100. And so Hase Hime grew up as her mother had wished, a good and obedient princess, though she was now too young to understand how great the loss of her mother really was. Not long after the death of his first wife, Prince Toyonari married again, a lady of noble birth named Princess Terute. Very different in character, however, to the good and wise Princess Murasaki. No, this new wife had a cruel and black heart. She did not love her stepdaughter at all, and was very often unkind to the little girl, saying to herself, "This is not my child." But Hase Hime bore every unkindness with patience, and even waited upon her stepmother kindly, and obeyed her in every way, and to that never gave her any trouble, just as she had been told by her own good mother, to the point that the Lady Terute had no cause for complaint against her. The little princess was diligent, and her favorite studies were music and poetry. She would spend several hours practicing each day, and her father had the most proficient of masters he could find to teach her the koto, a Japanese harp instrument, the art of writing letters and verse. And when she was 12 years of age, she could play so beautifully that she and her stepmother were summoned to the palace to perform before the emperor himself. It was the festival of the cherry flowers, and there were great festivities at court. The emperor threw himself into the enjoyment of the season, and commanded that Princess Hase should perform before him on the koto, and that her mother, Princess Terute, shall accompany her on the flute. The emperor sat on a raised pedestal, before which was hung a curtain of finely sliced bamboo and purple tassels, so that his majesty might see all and not be seen, for no ordinary subject was allowed to look upon his sacred face. Hase Hime was a skilled musician, though so young, and often astonished her masters by her wonderful memory and talent. On this momentous occasion she played well, but Princess Terute, her stepmother, who was a lazy woman, and never took the trouble to practice daily, broke down in her accompaniment, and had to request one of the court ladies to take her place. This was, of course, a great disgrace, and she was furiously jealous to think that she had failed where her stepdaughter had so succeeded. And to make matters worse, the emperor sent many beautiful gifts to the little princess to reward her for playing so well at the palace, while the stepmother received nothing. There was also now another reason why Princess Terute hated her stepdaughter, for she had the good fortune to have a son brought to her, and in her innermost heart she kept saying, "If only Hase Hime were not here, my son would have all the love of his father." And never having learned to control herself, she allowed this wicked thought to grow into an awful desire of taking her stepdaughter's life. And so one day she ordered some poison and poisoned some sweet wine. The poisoned wine she put into a bottle. Into another similar bottle she poured some good wine. It was the occasion of the boys' festival on the 5th of May, and Hase Hime, was playing with her little brother at the time. All of his toys of warriors and heroes were spread out, and she was telling him wonderful stories about each of them. They were both enjoying themselves and laughing merrily with their attendants, when his mother entered with the 2 bottles of wine and some delicious cakes. "You are both so good and happy," said the wicked Princess Terute, "that I have brought you some sweet wine as a reward, and here are some nice cakes for my good children." And then she filled the cups from the 2 different bottles. Hase Hime, never dreaming of the dreadful part her stepmother was acting, took one of the cups of wine and gave it to her little stepbrother, the other that had been poured out for him. The wicked woman had carefully marked out the poison bottle, but on coming into the room, she had grown nervous, and pouring out the wine hurriedly, had unconsciously given the poisoned cup to her own son. All this time she was anxiously watching the little princess, but to her amazement, no change whatsoever took place on the young girl's face. But suddenly, the little boy screamed and threw himself on the floor, doubled up with pain. His mother flew to him, taking the precaution to upset the 2 tiny jars of wine which she had brought into the room, and lifted him up. The attendants rushed for the doctor, but nothing could save the child. He died within an hour, in his mother's arms. Doctors did not know much in those ancient times, you see, and it was thought that the wine had simply disagreed with the boy, causing an allergic convulsion, of which he died from. Thus was the wicked woman punished into losing her own child, when she had tried to do away with her stepdaughter. But instead of blaming herself, she began to hate Hase Hime more than ever in the bitterness and wretchedness of her own heart, and she eagerly watched for an opportunity to do her harm, which was, however, long in coming. When Hase Hime was 13 years of age, she had already become mentioned as a poetess of some merit. This was an accomplishment very much cultivated by the women of old Japan, and one certainly held in high esteem. It was the rainy season at Nara, and floods were reported every day as doing damage in the neighborhood. The river Tatsuya, which flowed through the imperial palace grounds, was swollen to the top of its banks, and the roaring of the torrents of water rushed along a narrow bed so disturbed the emperor's rest day and night that a serious nervous disorder was the result. An imperial edict was sent forth to all the Buddhist temples, commanding the priests to offer up continuous prayers to heaven and stop the noise of the flood, but it was to no avail. And then it was whispered in court circles that the Princess Hase, the daughter of Prince Toyonari Fujiwara, second minister at court, was the most gifted poetess of the day, though still so young, and her masters confirmed the report. Long ago, a beautiful and gifted maiden poetess had moved heaven by praying in beautiful verse, had brought down rain upon a land famished with drought. So said the ancient biographers of the poetess Ono no Komachi. If the Princess Hase were to write a poem and offer it in prayer, might it not stop the noise of the rushing river and remove the cause of the imperial illness? What the court said at last reached the ears of the emperor himself, and he sent an order to the minister Prince Toyonari to this effect. Great indeed was Hasehime's fear and astonishment when her father sent for her and told her what was required. Heavy indeed was the duty that was laid on her young shoulders, that of saving the emperor's life by the merit of her poem. At last, the day came when her work was finished. It was written on a leaflet of paper, heavily flecked with gold dust. With her father and attendants and some of the court officials, she proceeded to the bank of the roaring torrent and raised up her heart to heaven. She read the poem she had composed, aloud, lifting it heavenwards in her 2 hands. Strange indeed it seemed to all those standing around that the waters ceased their roaring, and the river was quiet in direct answer to her prayer. After this the emperor soon recovered his health. His Majesty was of course highly pleased, and sent for her to the palace, rewarding her with the rank of Chinjo, that of a lieutenant general, to distinguish her. And from that time she was called Chinjo Hime, or the Lieutenant General Princess, and thus she was respected and loved by all. Well, almost all. There was only one person in the land who was not pleased at Hasehime's success. It was, of course, her stepmother, forever brooding over the death of her own child, whom she had killed when trying to poison her stepdaughter. She had the mortification of seeing her rise to power and honor, marked by imperial favor and the admiration of the whole court. Her envy and jealousy burned in her heart like fire. Many were the lies she carried to her husband about Hasehime, but all to no purpose. He would listen to none of her tales, telling her sharply that she was quite mistaken. At last, the stepmother, seizing the opportunity of her husband's absence, ordered one of her old servants to take the innocent girl to the Hibari Mountains, the wildest part of the country, and there he was to kill her. She invented a dreadful story about the little princess, saying that this was the only way to prevent disgrace from falling upon the family. Katoda, her vassal, was bound to obey his mistress. He saw that it would be the wisest plan to pretend obedience in the absence of the girl's father, so he placed Hasehime in a palanquin and accompanied her to the most solitary place he could find in the wild district. The poor child knew there was no good in protesting to her unkind stepmother at being sent away in this strange manner, so she went just as she was told. But the old servant knew that the young princess was quite innocent of all the things her stepmother had invented to him as reasons for her outrageous orders, and he determined to save her life. Unless he killed her, however, he could not return to his cruel taskmistress, so he decided to stay out in the wilderness. With the help of some peasants, he soon built a little cottage, and having sent secretly for his wife to come, these 2 good old people did all in their power to take care of the now unfortunate princess. She all the time trusted in her father, knowing that as soon as he returned and found her absent, he would surely come to look for her. Prince Toyonari, after some weeks, finally came home, and was told by his wife that his daughter had done something terrible and had run away for fear of being punished. He was nearly ill with anxiety. Everyone in the house told the same story, that Hase had suddenly disappeared, but none of them knew why or where. For fear of scandal, he kept the matter quiet and searched everywhere he could think of, but it was all to no purpose. One day, trying to forget his terrible worry, he called all his men together and told them to make ready for several days' hunt in the mountains. They were soon ready and mounted, waiting at the gate for their lord. He rode hard and fast to the district of the Hibari Mountains, a great company following him. He was soon far ahead of everyone, and at last found himself in a narrow, picturesque valley. Looking around and admiring the scenery, he noticed a tiny house on one of the hills quite near, and then he distinctly heard a beautifully clear voice reading aloud. Seized with curiosity as to who could be studying so diligently in such a lonely spot, he dismounted, and leaving his horse to his groom, he walked up the hillside and approached the cottage. As he drew nearer, his surprise increased, for he could now see the reader was a beautiful girl. The cottage was wide open, and she was sitting facing the view. Listening attentively, he heard her reading the Buddhist scriptures with great devotion. More and more curious, he hurried on to the tiny gate and entered the little garden. Looking up, beheld his lost daughter, Hase. She was so intent on what she was saying that she neither heard nor saw what her father, until he spoke. "Hase," he cried, "it is you, my daughter." Taken by surprise, she could hardly realize that it was her own dear father who was calling to her, and for a moment she was utterly bereft of the power to speak or move. "My father, oh, it's indeed you," was all that she could say, and running to him she caught hold of his thick sleeve, and burying her face, burst into a passion of tears. Her father stroked her dark hair, asking her gently to tell him all that had happened, but she only wept on, and he wondered if he were not really dreaming. And then the faithful old servant Katoda came out, and bowing himself to the ground before his master, poured out the long tale of wrongdoing, telling him all that had happened, and how it was that he found his daughter in such a wild and desolate spot with only 2 servants to look after her. The prince's astonishment and indignation knew no bounds. He gave up the hunt at once, and hurried home with his daughter. One of the company galloped ahead to inform the household of the glad news, and the stepmother, hearing what had happened, and fearful of meeting her husband now that her wickedness was exposed, fled from the house, and returned in disgrace to her father's roof, and no more was heard of her. The old servant Katoda was rewarded with the highest promotion in his master's service, and he lived happily and peacefully to the end of his days, devoted to the little princess, who never forgot that she owed her life to this faithful retainer. She was no longer troubled by an unkind stepmother, and her days passed happily and quietly with her father. As Prince Toyonari had no son, he adopted a younger son of one of the court nobles to be his heir, and to marry his daughter, and in a few years the marriage took place. As for Hase, she lived to a good old age, and all said that she was the wisest, most devout, most beautiful that had ever reigned in Princess Toyonari's ancient house. She had the joy of presenting her son, the future lord of the family, to her father just before he retired from active life. To this day, there is preserved a piece of needlework in one of the Buddhist temples of Kyoto. It is a beautiful piece of tapestry, with the figure of the Buddha embroidered in the silky threads drawn from the stem of the lotus. This is said to have been the work of the hands of the good Princess Hase. The Tale of the Shinansha, or the South-Pointing Carriage. The compass, with its needle always pointing to the north, is quite a common thing, and no one thinks that it is remarkable now, though when it was first invented, it certainly must have been quite a wonder. Now, long ago in China, there was still more wonderful invention. It was called the Shinansha. This was a kind of chariot with the figure of a man on it, who was always pointing to the south. No matter how the chariot was placed, the figure always wheeled about and pointed to the south. The curious instrument was invented by Kotei, one of the 3 Chinese emperors of the mythological age. Kotei was the son of Emperor Yu He. Before he was born, his mother had a vision which foretold that her son would be a great man. One summer evening, she went out to walk in the meadows, to seek the cool breezes which blow at the end of the day, and to gaze with pleasure at the starlit heavens above her. As she looked at the North Star, strange to relate, it shot forth vivid flashes of lightning in every which direction. Soon after this, her son Kotei came to the world. Kotei, in time, grew to manhood, and succeeded his father, the Emperor Yu He. His early reign was greatly troubled by the rebel Shi Yu. This rebel wanted to make himself king, and many were the battles which he fought to this end. Shi Yu was not just a rebel, but a wicked magician. His head was made of iron, and there was no man that could conquer him. At last, Kotei declared war against the rebel, and led his army to battle. And the 2 armies met on a plain called Takuroku. The emperor boldly attacked the enemy, but the magician brought down a dense fog upon the battlefield, and while the royal army were wandering about in their confusion, trying to find their way, Shi Yu retreated with his troops, laughing, having fooled the royal forces. No matter how strong and brave the emperor's soldiers were, the rebel with his magic could always escape in the end. So Kotei returned to his palace, and thought and pondered deeply as to how he should conquer the magician, for he was determined not to give up yet. After a long time, he invented the Shinansha, with the figure of a man always pointing south, for there were no compasses in those days. With this instrument to show him the way, he need not fear the dense fogs raised up by the magician to confound his men. And thus again Kotei declared war against Shi Yu. He placed the Shinansha in front of his army and led the way to the battlefield. The battle began in earnest. The rebel was being driven backward by the royal troops, when he again resorted to his magic, and upon his saying some strange words in a loud bellowing voice, immediately a dense fog came down upon the battlefield. But this time no soldier minded the fog. Not a single one of them was confused. Kotei, by pointing to the Shinansha, could find his way and directed the army without a single mistake. He closely pursued the rebel army and drove them backward till they came to a big river. This river Kotei and his men found was swollen by the floods and impossible to cross. Shiyu, by using his magic art, had quickly passed over with his army and shut himself up inside a fortress on the opposite bank. When Kotei found his march checked, he was with wild disappointment, for he had very nearly overtaken the rebel when the river had stopped him. And he could do nothing, for in those days there were no boats. So the emperor ordered his tent to be pitched in the pleasantest spot that the place could afford him. One day he stepped forth from his tent, and after walking about for a short time he came to a pond. Here he sat down on the bank and was lost in his thoughts. It was autumn. The trees growing along the edge of the water were shedding their leaves, which floated to and fro on the surface of the pond. By and by, Kotei's attention was attracted to a spider on the brink of the water. The little insect was trying to get on to one of the floating leaves nearby, and at last it managed to do so, and was soon floating over the water to the other side of the pond. This little incident made the clever emperor think that he may try to make something that he could carry himself and his men over the river in the same way that the leaf had carried over the spider. He set to work and persevered till he invented the first boat. When he found it was a success, he set all his men to make more, and in time there were enough boats for the entire army. Kotei now took his army across the river and attacked Shiyu's headquarters. He gained a complete victory, and so put an end to the war which had troubled his country for so long. The wise and good emperor did not rest till he had secured peace and prosperity throughout his whole land. He was beloved by his subjects, who now enjoyed their happiness of peace for many long years under him. He spent a great deal of time in making inventions which would benefit his people, and he succeeded in many besides the boat and the south-pointing compass Shinansha. He had reigned about 100 years, when one day, as Kotei was looking upwards, the sky suddenly began to turn red, and something came glittering like gold towards the earth. As it came nearer, Kotei saw that it was a great dragon. The dragon approached and bowed down its head before the emperor. The empress and the courtiers were so frightened that they ran away in fear, screaming. But the emperor only smiled and called to them to stop, saying, "Do not be afraid. This is a messenger from heaven. My time here is finished." He then mounted the dragon, which began to ascend toward the sky. When the empress and the courtiers saw this, they all cried out together, "Wait! We want to come too!" And they all ran and caught hold of the dragon's beard and tried to mount him. But it was impossible for so many people to ride on the dragon. Several of them hung onto the creature's beard, so that when it tried to mount, the hair was pulled out, and they fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the Empress and a few of the courtiers were safely seated on the dragon's back. The dragon flew up so high in the heavens that in a short time the inmates of the palace, who had been left behind disappointed, could see them no more. After some time, a bow and an arrow were dropped to the earth in the courtyard of the palace. They were recognized as having belonged to the Emperor Kote. The courtiers took them up carefully and preserved them as sacred relics in the palace forever. The Bamboo Cutter and the Moon Child. Long, long ago, there lived an old bamboo woodcutter. He was very poor and sad also, for no child had heaven sent to cheer his old age, and in his heart there was no hope of rest from work till he died and was laid in the quiet grave. Every morning he went forth into the woods and hills wherever the bamboo reared its lithe green plumes against the sky. When he had made his choice, he would cut down these feathers of the forest, and splitting them lengthwise or cutting them into joints, he would carry the bamboo home to make into various articles for the household, and he and his old wife gained a small livelihood by selling them. One morning, as usual, he had gone out to his work, and having found a nice clump of bamboo, he set to work to cut some of them down. Suddenly, the green grove of bamboos was flooded with a bright, soft light, as if the full moon had risen over the spot. Looking round in astonishment, he saw that the brilliance was streaming from one bamboo. The old man, full of wonder, dropped his axe and went towards the light. On nearer approach he saw that this soft splendor came from a hollow in the green bamboo stem, and still more wonderful to behold, in the midst of the brilliance stood a tiny human being, only 3 inches in height, and exquisitely beautiful in appearance. "You must be sent to be my child, for I find you here among the bamboo where lies my daily work," said the old man, and taking the little creature in his hand, he took it home to his wife. The tiny girl was so exceedingly beautiful and so small that the old woman put her into a basket to safeguard her from the least possibility of being hurt in any way. And the old couple were now very happy, for it had been a lifelong regret that they had no children of their own, and with joy they now expended all the love of their old age on the little child, who had come to them in so marvelous a manner. From this time on, the old man often found gold in the notches of the bamboo when he hewed them down and cut them up. But not only gold, precious stones too, so that by degrees he became rich. He built himself a fine home, and was no longer known as the poor bamboo woodcutter, but as the wealthy old man. 3 months passed away quickly, and in that time the bamboo child had, wonderful to say, become a full-grown girl, so her foster parents did up her hair and dressed her in beautiful kimonos. She was of such wondrous beauty that they placed her behind the screens like a princess, and allowed no one to see her, waiting upon her themselves. It seemed as if she were made of pure light, for the house was filled with a soft shining, so that even in the dark of night it was like daytime. Her presence seemed to have a benign influence on those there. Whenever the old man felt sad, he had only to look upon his foster daughter, and his sorrow would vanish, and he became as happy as he was when he was a young man. At last, the day came for naming of their new-found child. So the old couple called in a celebrated name-giver, and he gave her the name of Princess Moonlight, because her body gave forth so much soft, bright light that she might have been a daughter of the moon god. For 3 days, the festival was kept up with song and dance and music. All the friends and relations of the old couple were present, and great was their enjoyment of the festivities held to celebrate the naming of Princess Moonlight. Everyone who saw her declared that there had never been seen anyone so lovely. All the beauties throughout the length and breadth of the land would grow pale beside her. That is what they said. The fame of the princess's loveliness spread far and wide. Thus many were the suitors who desired to win her hand, or even so much as to glimpse upon her, even if only for a moment. Suitors from far and near posted themselves outside the house, and made little holes in the fence, in hope of catching a glimpse of the princess as she went from one room to the other along the veranda. They stayed there day and night, sacrificing even their sleep for a chance of seeing her, but it was all in vain. Then they approached the house and tried to speak to the old man and his wife, or some of the servants, but not even this was granted them. Still, in spite of all this disappointment, they stayed on day after day and night after night, and counted it as nothing, so great was their desire to see the princess. At last, however, most of the men, seeing how hopeless their quest was, lost heart and hope, and returned to their homes. All except 5 knights, whose ardor and determination, instead of waning, seemed to grow greater with each obstacle. These 5 men even went without their meals, and took snatches of whatever they could get brought to them, so that they might always stand outside the dwelling. They stood there in all weathers, sunshine and rain and wind. Sometimes they had wrote letters to the princess, but no answer was vouchsafed to them. Then, when letters failed to draw any reply, they wrote poems to her, telling her of the hopeless love which she kept them from sleep, from food, from rest, and even from their homes. Still, Princess Moonlight gave no sign of having received any of their verses. In this hopeless state, the winter passed. The snow and the frost and cold winds gradually gave place to the gentle warmth of spring, and then finally the summer came, and the sun burned white and scorching in the heavens above and on the earth beneath. And still the faithful samurai, all 5, kept watch and waited patiently. At the end of these long months, they called out to the old bamboo cutter, and entreated him to have some mercy upon them, and show them the princess. But he answered that only that as he was not her real father, he could not insist on her obeying him against her wishes. The 5 samurai, upon receiving this stern answer, returned to their several homes, and pondered over the best means of touching the proud princess's heart, even so much as to grant them a hearing. They took their rosaries in hand, and knelt before the household shrines, and burned precious incense, praying to Buddha to give them their heart's desire. Thus several days passed, but even so they could not rest in their homes. So again they set out for the bamboo cutter's house. This time the old man came out to see them, and they asked for him to let them know if it was the princess's resolution to never see any man whatsoever, and they implored him to speak for them and to tell her the greatness of their love, and how long they waited through the cold winter and the heat of the summer, sleepless and roofless through all weathers, without food nor rest, in the ardent hope of winning her, and that they were willing to consider this long vigil as a pleasure if she would but give them one chance of pleading their cause with her. The old man lent a willing ear to their tale of love, for in his inmost heart he felt sorry for these faithful suitors, and would have liked to see his lovely foster-daughter married to one of them. So he went in to Princess Moonlight, and said reverently, "Although you have always seemed to me to be a heavenly being, yet I have had the trouble of bringing you up as my own child, and you have been glad of the protection of my roof. Will you refuse to do as I wish?" Then Princess Moonlight replied that there was nothing she would not do for him, that she honored and loved him as her own father, and that as for herself, she could not remember the time before she came to the earth. The old man listened with a great joy as she spoke these dutiful words, and then he told her of how anxious he was to see her safely and happily married before he died. "I am an old man, over 70 years of age, and my end may come at any time now. It is necessary and right that you should see these 5 suitors, and choose one of them." The princess looked back at him. "Oh, but why?" she said in distress. "Why must I do this? I have no wish to marry now." "I found you," answered the old man, "many years ago, when you were a little creature 3 inches high, and in the midst of a great white light. The light streamed from the bamboo in which you were hid and led me to you. So I have always thought that you were more than mortal woman. While I am alive, it is right for you to remain as you are, if you wish to do so. But some day, I will not be here, and who will take care of you then? Therefore, I pray you to meet these 5 brave men, one at a time, and make up your mind to marry one of them." Then the princess answered that she felt sure that she was not as beautiful and perhaps report made her out to be, and that even if she consented to marry any one of them, not really knowing her before, his heart may change afterward. So, as she did not feel sure of them, even though her father told her they were worthy knights, she did not feel it wise to see them. The old man turned to her. "All you say is very reasonable," he said. "But what kind of men will you consent to see? Do not call these 5 men who have waited on you for months light-hearted. They have stood outside this house through winter and summer, often denying themselves food and sleep, so that they may win you over. What more can you really demand of them? It was then Princess Moonlight said she must make further trial of their love before she would grant their request to interview her. The 5 warriors were to prove their love by each bringing her from distant countries something she desired to possess. That same evening, the suitors arrived and began to play their flutes in turn, and to sing to their self-composed songs, telling of their great and tireless love. The bamboo cutter went out to them and offered them his sympathy for all they had endured and all the patience they had shown in their desire to win his foster daughter. Then he gave them her message, that she would consent to marry whosoever was successful in bringing her what she wanted. This was to test them. Of course, all 5 accepted the trial, and thought of it as an excellent plan. Princess Moonlight then sent word to the first knight that she requested him to bring her the stone bowl which had belonged to Buddha in India. The second was asked to go to the mountain of Horai, said to be situated in the eastern sea, and to bring her a branch of the wonderful tree that grew on its summit. The roots of this tree were of silver, the trunk of gold, and the branches bore fruit with white jewels. The third was to go to China and search for the fire rat and bring her its skin. The fourth was told to search for the dragon that carried on its head the stone radiating 5 colors and bring the stone to her. The fifth was to find the swallow which carried a shell in its stomach and to bring the shell to her. The old man thought these very difficult tasks, and hesitated to carry the messages. But the princess would make no other conditions, so her commands were issued word for word to the 5 men, who, when they heard what was required of them, were all disheartened and disgusted at what seemed to them to be the impossibility of the tasks given to them, and they returned to their homes in despair. But after a time, when they thought of the princess, the love in their hearts revived for her, and they resolved to make the attempt to get what she desired of them. The first knight sent word to the princess that he was starting out that day on the quest for the Buddha's bowl, and he had soon hoped to bring it to her. But he had not the courage to go all the way to India, for in those days traveling was very difficult and full of danger. So he went to one of the temples in Kyoto and took a stone bowl from the altar there, paying a priest a large sum of money for it. And then he wrapped it in a cloth of gold, and waiting patiently for 3 years, returned and carried it to the old man. Princess Moonlight wondered that the knight should have returned so soon. She took the bowl from its gold wrapping, expected it to make the room full of light, but it did not shine at all. So she knew that it was a sham thing, and not the true bowl of Buddha. She returned it at once, and refused to see him. The knight threw the bowl away, and returned to his home in despair, giving up all hope of ever winning the princess. The second knight told his parents that he needed change of air for his health, for he was ashamed to tell him that love for the princess was the real cause of him leaving them. He then left his home, at the same time sending word to the princess that he was setting out for Mount Horai in the hope of getting her a branch of the gold and silver tree. He only allowed his servants to accompany him halfway, and then he sent them back. He reached the seashore and embarked on a small ship, and after sailing away for 3 days, he landed and employed several carpenters to build him a house, contrived in such a way that no one could get access to it. He then shut himself up with 6 skilled jewelers, and endeavored to make such a gold and silver branch as he thought would satisfy the princess as having come from the wonderful tree growing on Mount Horai's summit. Everyone whom he had asked declared that Mount Horai belonged to the land of fable, and not of fact. Finally, the branch was finished. He took his journey home and tried to make himself look as if he were wearied and worn out with travel. He put the jeweled branch into a lacquer box and carried it to the bamboo cutter, begging him to present it to the princess. The old man was quite deceived by the travel-stained appearance of the knight, and thought that he had only just returned from his long journey with the branch. So he tried to persuade the princess to consent to see the man, but she remained silent, and she looked very sad. The old man began to take out the branch, and praised it as a wonderful treasure to be found nowhere in the whole land. And then when he spoke of the knight, how handsome and how brave he was to have undertaken a journey to such a remote place as Mount Horai. Princess Moonlight took the branch in her hand and looked at it carefully. She then told her foster parent that she knew it was impossible for the man to have obtained such a branch from the gold and silver tree growing on Mount Horai so quickly or so easily, and she was sorry to say she believed it to be a complete fake. The old man then went out to the expectant knight, who had now approached the house, and asked where he had found the branch. And then the man did not scruple to make up quite a fanciful story. He said to the old man, "2 years ago, I took a ship and started in search of Mount Horai. After going before the wind for some time, I reached the far eastern sea, and then a great storm arose, and I was tossed about for many days, losing all count of the points of the compass, and finally we were blown ashore on an unknown island. Here I found the place inhabited by demons, who at one time threatened to kill and eat me. However, I managed to make friends with these horrible creatures, and they helped me and my sailors repair the boat, and we set sail again. But our food gave out, and we suffered much from sickness on board. At last, on the 500th day from the day of starting, I saw far off on the horizon what looked like the peak of a mountain. On nearer approach, this proved to be an island, in the center of which rose a high mountain. I landed, and after wandering about for 2 or 3 days, I saw a shining being coming towards me on the beach, holding in his hands a golden bowl. I went up to him and asked him if I had, by good chance, found the island of Mount Horai, and he answered, "Yes, this is Mount Horai indeed. you have found it." With much difficulty I climbed to the summit. Here stood the golden tree with silver roots in the ground. The wonders of that strange land are many, you see, and if I begin to tell you about them, well, I may never stop. But in spite of my wish to stay there long, on breaking of the branch I hurried back. With utmost speed, it has taken me 400 days. And, well, you see, my clothes are still damp from exposure on the long sea voyage. I have not even waited to change my raiment, so anxious was I to bring the branch to the princess this quickly. But just at this moment, the 6 jewelers, who had been employed on the making of the branch, but yet to receive their payment, arrived at the house, and sent in a petition to the princess to be paid for their labor. They said that they had worked for over 1,000 days, making the branch of gold, with its silver twigs and jeweled fruit, that was now presented to her by the samurai. But as yet, they had received nothing in return. So, the deception was thus revealed, and the princess, glad of an escape from one more importunate suitor, was only too pleased to send the branch back. She called in the workmen, and had them paid liberally, and they went away happily. But on the way home, they were overtaken by the disappointed man, who beat them till they were in an inch of their life for letting out the secret he so wanted to protect, and they barely escaped with a breath. The knight then returned home, raging in his heart, and in despair of ever winning the princess, gave up society and retired to a solitary life among the mountains. Now, the 3rd knight had a friend in China, so he wrote to him to get the skin of the fire rat. The virtue of any part of this animal was that no fire could harm it. He promised his friend any amount of money he liked, if only he could get him the desired article. As soon as the news came that the ship on which his friend had sailed home had come into port, he rode 7 days on horseback to meet him. He handed his friend a large sum of money, and received the fire rat's skin. When he reached home, he put it carefully in a box, and sent it in to the princess while he waited outside for her answer. The bamboo cutter took the box from the knight, and, as usual, carried it in to her, and tried to coax her to see the knight at once. But Princess Moonlight refused, saying that she must first put the skin to test by putting it into the fire. Indeed, if it were the real thing, it would certainly not burn. So she took off the crepe wrapper and opened the box, and then threw the skin into the fire. It crackled up and burned at once, and the princess knew that this man also had not fulfilled his word, and thus the 3rd knight had failed. Now, the 4th samurai knight was no more enterprising than the rest. Instead of starting out on the quest of the dragon bearing on its head the 5-color radiating jewel, he called all of his servants together, and gave them the order to seek for it far and wide, not only in Japan but in China, and he strictly forbade any of them to return till they had found it. His numerous retainers and servants started out in different directions, with no intention, however, of obeying what they considered an impossible order. They simply took a holiday, went to pleasant country places together, and grumbled at their master's unreasonableness. The knight, meanwhile, thinking that his retainers could not fail to find the jewel, repaired to his house, and fitted it up beautifully for the reception of the princess he felt so sure of winning her. 1 year passed, away in weary waiting, and his men did not return with the dragon jewel. The samurai knight had become desperate. He could wait no longer, so taking with him only 2 men, he hired a ship and commanded the captain to go in search of the dragon. The captain and the sailors refused to undertake what they said was an absurd search. But the samurai warrior compelled them at last to put out to sea. But when they had been but a few days out, they encountered a great storm which lasted so long. By the time its fury abated, the knight had determined to give up the hunt of the dragon. They were at last blown on shore, for navigation was primitive in those days. Worn out with his travels and anxiety, the 4th suitor gave himself up to rest. He had caught a very heavy cold, and had to go to bed with a swollen face. The governor of this place, hearing of his plight, sent messengers with a letter inviting him to his house. While he was there, thinking over all his troubles, his love for the princess turned to anger, and he blamed her for all of the hardships that he had undergone. He thought that it was quite probable she had wished to kill him, so that she might be rid of him, and in order to carry out her wish, had sent him upon his impossible quest. At this point, all the servants he had sent to find the jewel came to see him, and were surprised to find praise instead of displeasure awaiting them. The master told them that he was heartily sick of adventure, and in fact, he said that he never intended to go near the princess's house again in the future. And so, like the rest, but in a different manner, the 5th knight failed in his quest, and he could not find the swallow's shell. By the time the fame of Princess Moonlight's beauty had reached the ears of the emperor, he sent out one of the court ladies to see if she were really as lovely as report said, and if so, he would summon her to the palace and make her one of the ladies in waiting. When the court lady arrived, in spite of her father's entreaties, Princess Moonlight outright refused to see her. The imperial messenger insisted, saying that it was the emperor's order. And then Princess Moonlight told the old man that if she was forced to go to the palace in obedience to the emperor's order, that she would simply vanish from the earth. When the emperor was told of her persistence in refusing to obey his summons, and that if pressed to obey she would disappear altogether from sight, he determined to go and see her. So he planned to go on a hunting excursion in the neighborhood of the bamboo cutter's house and see the princess himself. He sent word to the old man of his intention, and he received consent to the scheme. The next day, the emperor set out with his retinue, which he soon managed to outride. He found the bamboo cutter's house and dismounted. He then entered the house and went straight to where the princess was sitting with her attendant maidens. Never had he seen anyone so wonderfully charming, and he could not but look at her, for she was more lovely than any human being, as she shone in her own soft radiance. When Princess Moonlight became aware that a stranger was looking at her, she tried to escape from the room, but the Emperor caught her and begged her to listen to what he had to say. Her only answer was to hide her face in her sleeves. But the Emperor fell deeply in love and begged her to come to the court, where he would give her a position of honor and everything she could ever wish for. He was about to send for one of the imperial palanquins to take her back with him at once, saying that her grace and beauty should adorn a court and not be hidden in a bamboo cutter's cottage. But the princess stopped him. She said that if she were forced to go to the palace, she would turn at once into a shadow, and even as she spoke, she began to lose her form. Her figure faded from his sight while he looked upon her. The Emperor then promised to leave her free, if only she would resume her former shape, which she did. It was now time for him to return, for his retinue would be wondering what had happened to their royal master when they missed him for so long. So he bade her goodbye and left the house with a sad heart. Princess Moonlight was for him the most beautiful woman in the world. All others paled beside her, and he thought of her night and day. His Majesty now spent much of his time in writing poems, telling her of his love and devotion, and sent them to her. And though she refused to see him again, she answered with many verses of her own composing, which told him gently and kindly that she could never marry any one of this earth. These little songs always gave the Emperor pleasure. At this time, her foster parents noticed that night after night the princess would sit on her balcony and gaze for hours at the moon in a spirit of the deepest dejection, ending always in a burst of tears. One night the old man found her thus weeping as if her heart were broken, and he besought her to tell him the reason for her sorrow. With many tears, she told him that she had guessed rightly when he supposed her not to belong to this world, that she had, in truth, come from the moon, and that her time on earth would soon be over. On the 15th day of that very month of August, her friends from the moon would come to fetch her, and she would have to return. Her parents were both there, but having spent a lifetime on earth, she had forgotten them, and also the moon world to which she truly belonged. It made her shed tears, she said, to think of leaving her kind foster parents and the home where she had been happy for so long. Well, while her attendants heard this, they were very sad, and could not eat or drink for sadness at the thought that the princess was soon to leave. The Emperor, as soon as the news was carried to him, sent messengers to the house to find out if the report were really true. The old bamboo cutter went out to meet the imperial messengers. The last few days of sorrow had been told upon the old man. He had aged greatly, and looked much more than his 70 years. Weeping bitterly, he told them that the report was not only true, but he intended, however, to make prisoners of the envoys from the moon, and to do all he could to prevent the princess from being carried back. the men returned and told His Majesty all that had passed. On the 15th day of that month, the Emperor sent a guard of 2,000 warriors to watch the house. 1,000 stationed themselves on the roof, another 1,000 kept watch round all the entrances of the house. All were well-trained archers. The bamboo cutter and his wife hid Princess Moonlight in an inner chamber. The old man gave orders that no one was to sleep that night. All in the house were to keep strict watch and be ready to protect the princess. With these precautions, and the help of the Emperor's men-at-arms, he hoped to withstand the moon messengers. But the princess told him that all these measures to keep her safe would be useless, and that when her people came for her, nothing whatever could prevent them from carrying out their purpose. Even the Emperor's men would be powerless. And then she added with tears that she was very, very sorry to leave him and his wife, whom she had learned to love as her parents, that if she could do as she liked, she would stay with them until their bitter old age, and try to make some return for all the love and kindness they had showered upon her during her time on the earth. The night wore on. The yellow harvest moon rose high in the heavens, flooding the world asleep with her golden light. Silence reigned over the pine and bamboo forests, and on the roof where the 1,000 men-at-arms waited. Then the night grew grey towards the dawn, and hoped that the danger was over, that Princess Moonlight would not have to leave them after all. And then suddenly, the watchers saw a cloud form around the moon, and while they looked, this cloud began to roll toward the earth. Nearer and nearer it came, and everyone saw it with dismay that its course lay toward the house. In a short time, the sky was obscured, till at last the cloud lay over the dwelling only 10 feet from the ground. In the midst of the cloud there stood a flying chariot, and in the chariot a band of luminous beings. One amongst them, who looked like a king and appeared to be the chief, stepped out of the chariot, and, poised in air, called to the old man to come out. "The time has come," he said, "for Princess Moonlight to return to the moon from whence she came. She committed a grave fault, and as a punishment was sent to live down here for a time. We know what good care you have taken care of the princess, and we have rewarded you for this. We've sent you much wealth and prosperity. We put the gold in the bamboo for you to find." The old man looked back at them. "I have brought up this princess for 20 years, and never once has she done anything wrong. Therefore, the lady you are seeking cannot be this one. I advise you look elsewhere." Then the messenger called aloud, saying, "Princess Moonlight, come out from this lowly dwelling. Rest not here another moment." At these words, the screens of the princess's room slid open of their own accord, revealing the princess shining in her radiance, bright and wonderful and full of beauty. The messenger led her forth and placed her in the chariot. She looked back and saw with pity the deep sorrow of the old man. She spoke to him many comforting words, and told him that it was not her will to leave him, and that he must always think of her when looking at the moon. The bamboo cutter begged to be allowed to accompany her, but this was not allowed. The princess took off her embroidered outer garment and gave it to them as a keepsake. One of the moon beings in the chariot held a wonderful coat of wings. Another had a phial full of the elixir of life, which was given to the princess to drink. She swallowed a little and was about to give the rest to the old man, but she was prevented from doing so. As the robe of wings was about to be put on her shoulders, she said, "Please, wait a little. I must not forget my good friend the Emperor. I must write him once more to say goodbye, while I am still in his human form." In spite of the impatience of the messengers and charioteers, she kept them waiting while she wrote. She placed the phial of the elixir of life within the letter, and, giving them to the old man, she asked him to deliver it to the Emperor. And then the chariot began to roll heavenwards toward the moon, and as they all gazed with tearful eyes at the receding princess, the dawn broke, and in the rosy light of the day the moon chariot and all within it were lost amongst the fleecy clouds that were now wafted across the sky on the wings of the morning wind. Princess Moonlight's letter was carried to the palace, but His Majesty was afraid to touch the elixir of life, so he sent it with the letter to the top and most sacred mountain in the land, Mount Fuji, and there the royal emissaries burnt it on the summit at sunrise. So to this day, people say there is smoke to be seen rising from the top of Mount Fuji up to those distant clouds. The Story of the Man Who Did Not Wish to Die. Long, long ago, there lived a man called Kintaro. His surname actually meant millionaire, but although he was not so rich as all that, he was still very far removed from being poor, at least. You see, he had inherited a small fortune from his father, and lived upon it, spending his time quite carefree, without any serious thoughts of work, till he was about 32 years of age. You see, one day, without any reason whatsoever, the thought of death and sickness came to him. The idea of falling ill, or even dying, upset him greatly, and made him wretched. "I should like to live," he said to himself, "till I am, 5 or maybe 600 years old at least. Oh, and free from all sickness. The ordinary span of man's life is, that's far too short for me." He wondered whether if it were really possible, by living simply and frugally henceforth, to prolong his life as long as he needed. And he knew that there were many stories in the ancient times of emperors who had lived 1,000 years, and there was indeed a princess of Yamato who, it was said of, lived to the age of 500. This was the latest story of a very long life record. Kintaro had often heard the tale of the Chinese king, named Shin no Shiko, who was one of the most able and powerful rulers in Chinese history. He built all the large palaces, and also the famous Great Wall of China. He had everything in the world he could wish for, but in spite of his happiness and the luxury and splendor of his court, the wisdom of his counselors, and the glory of his reign, he was miserable, because he knew that one day, like everyone else, he must die and leave it all behind. When Shin no Shiko went to bed at night, when he rose in the morning, and even as he went through the day, the thought of death was always with him, and he could not get away from it. If only he could find the elixir of life, well, then he would be happy. The emperor at last called a meeting of his courtiers, and asked them all if they could not find for him this elixir of life, of which he had so often read and heard of. There was one old courtier, Jofuku by name, said that far away across the seas there was a country called Horizon, and that certain hermits lived there who possessed the secret of the elixir of life. Whoever drank of this wonderful draught indeed lived forever. The emperor ordered Jofuku to set out for the land of Horizon to find the hermits and to bring back a phial of the magic elixir. He gave Jofuku one of his best junks, fitted it out for him, and loaded it with great quantities of treasure and precious stones for Jofuku to take as presents to the hermits. Jofuku sailed for the land of Horizon, but he never returned for the waiting emperor. But ever since that time, Mount Fuji has been said to be the fabled Horizon, and home of the hermits who indeed had the secret of the elixir, and Jofuku has been worshipped as their patron god. Now, as for Kintaro, he was determined to set out and find the hermits, and if he could, to become one himself, so that he might obtain the water of perpetual life. He remembered that as a child he had been told that not only did these hermits live on Mount Fuji, but that they were said to inhabit all the very high peaks. So he left his old home to the care of his relatives and started out on his quest. He traveled through all the mountainous regions of the land, climbing to the tops of the highest peaks, but he never found a hermit. At last, after wandering in an unknown region for many days, he finally came across not a hermit, but a hunter. "Can you tell me," asked Kintaro, "where the hermits live who have this elixir of life?" "No," said the hunter, "I can't tell you where the hermits live, but there is a notorious robber who lives in these parts. It is said he is chief of a band of 200 followers." Well, this strange answer irritated Kintaro very much, and he thought how foolish it was to waste more time in looking for the hermits in this way. So he decided to go at once to the shrine of Jofuku, who is worshipped as the patron god of the hermits in the south of Japan. Kintaro reached the shrine and prayed for 7 days, entreating Jofuku to show him the way to a hermit who could give him what he wanted so much to find. At midnight of the 7th day, as Kintaro knelt in the temple, the door of the innermost shrine flew open, and Jofuku appeared in a luminous cloud, calling to Kintaro to come nearer. He spoke these words: "Your desire is very selfish, and cannot be easily granted. You think that you would like to become a hermit so as to find the elixir of life. Do you have any idea how hard a hermit's life is, Kintaro? A hermit is only allowed to eat fruit and berries and the bark of pine trees. A hermit must cut himself off from the whole world, so that his heart may become pure as gold and free from every earthly desire. Gradually, after following these strict rules, the hermit ceases to feel hunger, or cold, or heat, and his body becomes so light that he can ride on a crane or carp, and can walk on water without even getting his feet wet. You, Kintaro, are fond of good living and of every comfort. You are not even like an ordinary man, for you are exceptionally idle, and more sensitive to heat and cold than most. You would never be able to go barefoot, or to wear only one thin dress in the winter-time. Do you think that you would ever have the patience, let alone the endurance, to live the life of a hermit? Well, in answer to your prayer, however, I will help you in another way. I will send you to the country of perpetual life, where death never comes, where the people live forever. Saying these words, Jofuku put into Kintaro's hand a little crane made of paper, telling him to sit on its back, and it would carry him there. Kintaro obeyed wonderingly. The crane grew large enough for him to ride on it with comfort. It then spread its wings, rose high into the air, and flew away over the mountains, right out to sea. At first, Kintaro was quite frightened, but by degrees he grew accustomed to the swift flight through the air. On and on they went, and for thousands of miles. The bird never stopped for rest or food, but as it was a paper bird, it doubtless did not require any nourishment. And strange to say it, neither did Kintaro himself. After several days they reached the island. The crane flew some distance inland, and then alighted. As soon as Kintaro got down from the bird, the crane folded up of its own accord, and flew into Kintaro's pocket. Now, Kintaro began to look about him wonderingly, curious to see what the country of perpetual life was like. He walked first round about the country, and then through the town. Everything was, of course, quite strange, and of course different from his own land, but both the land and the people seemed prosperous. So he decided that it would be good for him to stay there, and took up lodgings at one of the hotels. The proprietor was a kind man, and when Kintaro told him that he was a stranger and had come to live there, he promised to arrange everything that was necessary with the governor of the city concerning Kintaro's sojourn there. He even found a house for the guest, and in this way Kintaro obtained his great wish and became a resident in the country of perpetual life. Within the memory of all the islanders, no man had ever died there, and sickness, well, that was an unknown thing. Priests had come from all over India and China and told them of a beautiful country called Paradise, where happiness and bliss and contentment fill all men's hearts. But its gates could only be reached by dying. This tradition was handed down for ages, from generation to generation, but no one knew exactly what death was, except that it was what you had to do to get to this paradise. Quite unlike Kintaro and other ordinary people, instead of having great dread and fear of death, they all, both rich and poor, longed for it as something that is good and desirable. They were all tired, you see, of their long, long lives, and longed to go to the happy land of contentment called Paradise, of which the priests had told them of centuries ago. All this Kintaro found out by talking to the islanders, he found himself, according to his ideas, in the land of topsy-turvydom. Everything was upside down, you see. He had wished to escape from dying. He had come to the land of perpetual life with great relief and joy, only to find that the inhabitants themselves were doomed never to die, and would consider it a bliss to find death. What he had hitherto considered poison, these people ate as good food, and all the things to which he had been accustomed as food they rejected. Whenever any merchants from other countries arrived, the rich people rushed to them, eager to buy poisons. These they swallowed eagerly, hoping for death to come, so they might go to the fabled paradise. But what were deadly poisons in other lands were completely without effect in this strange place, and people who swallowed them with the hope of dying only found that in a short time they felt better in health instead of worse. Vainly they tried to imagine what death could really be like. The wealthy would have given all their money and all their goods if they could but shorten their lives to 200 or 300 years even. Without any change to live on forever seemed to these people wearisome and sad. In the chemist shops, there was a chemical that was in constant demand, because after using it for 100 years it was supposed to turn the hair slightly grey and to bring about disorders for the stomach. Kintaro was astonished to find that the poisonous globe fish was served up in restaurants as a delectable dish, and the hawkers in the streets went about selling saucers made of Spanish flies. He never saw anyone ill after eating these terrible things, nor did he ever see anyone with as much as a cold. Kintaro was delighted. He said to himself that he would never grow tired of living, and that he considered it profane to wish for death. He was the only one happy man on the island. For his part, he wished to live 1,000 years or more, and to enjoy life. He set himself up in business, and for the present never even dreamed of going back to his native land. But as years went by, things did not go as smoothly as at first. You see, he had heavy losses in business, and several times some affairs had gone wrong with his neighbors that caused him great annoyance. Time passed like the flight of an arrow for him, for he was busy from morning till night. 300 years went by in this monotonous way, and then at last he began to grow tired of life in this country, and he longed to see his own land and his old home. However long he lived there, life would always be the same. So it was not foolish and wearisome to stay here forever. He began to think it was time to leave. Kintaro, in his wish to escape from the country of perpetual life, recollected Jofuku, who had helped him before when he was wishing to escape from death, and he prayed to the saint to bring him back to his old homeland again. No sooner did he pray than the paper crane popped out of his pocket. Kintaro was amazed to see that it had remained undamaged after all these years. Once more, the bird grew and grew till it was large enough for him to mount it. As he did so, the bird spread its wings and flew swiftly out across the sea in the direction of Japan. Such was the willfulness of the man's nature that he looked back and regretted all he had left behind. He tried to stop the bird in vain. The crane held on its way for thousands of miles across the ocean, and then a storm came on, and the wonderful paper crane began to get damp and fell into the sea, Kintaro with it. Very much frightened at the thought of being drowned, he cried out loudly to Jofuku to save him. He looked around, but there was no ship in sight, and he swallowed a large quantity of sea water, which only increased his miserable plight. While he was thus struggling to keep himself afloat, he saw a monstrous shark swimming towards him. As it came nearer, it opened its huge mouth ready to devour him. But Kintaro was all but paralyzed with fear that he now felt that his end had finally come, and he screamed out loudly as ever as he could for Jofuku to come and finally rescue him. Lo and behold, Kintaro was awakened by his own screams, to find that during his long prayer he had fallen asleep before the shrine, and that all his extraordinary and frightful adventures had only been but a wild dream. He was in a cold perspiration with fright, and utterly bewildered. Soon, a bright light came towards him, and in the midst of the light stood a messenger. The messenger held a book in his hand, and spoke to Kintaro. "I am sent to you by Jofuku, who in answer to your prayer has permitted you in a dream to see the land of perpetual life. But you grew weary of living there, and begged to be allowed to return to your native land so that you may die. Jofuku, so that he might try you, allowed you to drop into the sea, and then sent a shark to swallow you up. Your desire for death was not real, for even that moment you cried out loudly and shouted for help. It is also vain for you to wish to become a hermit, or even to find the elixir of life. These things are not for such people as you. Your life is not austere enough. It's best for you to go back to your paternal home, and to live a good and industrious life. Never neglect to keep the anniversaries of your ancestors, or make it your duty to provide for your children's future. Thus, you will live to a good old age and be happy. But give up the vain desire to escape death, for no man can do that. And by this time, you surely found out that even when selfish desires are granted, they do not bring happiness. In this book, I give you, there are many precepts good for you to know, and if you study them, you will be guided in the way I have pointed out to you." The angel disappeared as soon as he had finished speaking, and Kintaro took the lesson to heart. With the book in his hand, he returned to his old home, and giving up all his old vain wishes, tried to live a good and useful life, and to observe the lessons taught to him in the book, and he and his house henceforth prospered. The Ogre of Rashomon. Long, long ago in Kyoto, the people of the city were terrified by accounts of a dreadful ogre, who, it is said, haunted the gate of Rashomon at twilight, and seized whoever dared pass by. The missing victims were never seen again, so it was whispered that the ogre was a horrible cannibal, who not only killed the unhappy victims, but also ate them up. Now, everybody in the town and neighborhood was in great fear, and no one dared venture out after sunset near this gate of Rashomon. At this time, there lived in Kyoto a general named Raiko, who had made himself famous for his bravery. Some time before this, he had made the country ring with his name, for he had attacked Oeyama, where a band of ogres lived with their chief, who instead of wine drank the blood of their victims. He had routed them all and cut off the head of the chief monster. This brave warrior was always followed by a band of faithful knights. In this band there were 5 great samurai of equal valor. One evening, as the 5 samurai sat at the feast quaffing sake in their rice bowls and eating all kinds of fish, raw and stewed and boiled, and toasting each other's healths and exploits, the first samurai said to the others, "Have you all heard the rumor that every evening after sunset there comes an ogre to the gate of Rashomon, and that he seizes all who passes by?" The second samurai, Watanabe, answered him, saying, "Do not talk such nonsense. All ogres were killed by our chief Raiko at Oeyama. It can't be true, because even if any ogres did escape from that great killing, they wouldn't dare to show themselves in this city. They all know that our brave master would at once attack them if he knew there were any of them still around." "Then do you disbelieve what I say, and think that I'm telling you a falsehood?" "No," said Watanabe. "I do not think that you are telling a lie, but you have heard some old woman's tale, which is hardly worthy of believing." Hojo sneered back at him. "Then the best plan is to prove what I say by going there yourself and finding out whether it's true or not." Well, Watanabe could not bear the thought that his companion should believe he was afraid, so he answered quickly, "Of course, Hojo, I will go at once and find out for myself." So, at once, Watanabe got himself ready to go. He buckled up his long sword, and put on a coat of armor, and tied on his large helmet. When he was ready to start, he said to the others, "Give me something, so that I can prove I have been there." Then one of the men got a roll of writing paper, and his box of Indian ink and brushes, and the 4 comrades wrote their names on a piece of paper. "I will take this," said Watanabe, "and put it at the gate of Rashomon. So tomorrow morning, will you all go and look at it? I may be able to catch an ogre or 2 by then, I think." And thus he mounted his horse and rode off gallantly. It was a very dark night, and there was neither moon nor starlight to light Watanabe on his way. To make the darkness worse, a storm came upon him. The rain fell heavily, and the wind howled like the wolves in the mountains. Any ordinary man would have trembled at the thought of going outdoors, but Watanabe was a brave warrior and dauntless, and his honor and word were at stake after all. So he sped on into the night, while his companions listened to the sound of his horse's hoofs fading away into the distance, then shut the sliding shutters close and gathered round the charcoal fire, wondering what would happen, and whether their comrade would encounter one of those horrible Oni. At last, the gate of Rashomon was reached. Watanabe, peer as he might through the darkness, could not see any sign of an ogre. "It's just as I thought," said Watanabe to himself. "There are certainly no ogres in here. Just an old woman's story. I will stick this paper on the gate, so the others can see I've been here when they come tomorrow, Then I'll take my way home and laugh at them all." He fastened the piece of paper, signed by all his 4 companions, on the gate, and then turned his horse's head towards home. As he did so, he became aware that someone was behind him, and at the same time a voice called out to him to wait. Then his helmet was seized from the back. "Who are you?" said Watanabe fearlessly. He then put out his hand and groped around to find out who or what it was that held him by the armor. As he did so, he touched something that felt like an arm, but it was covered with hair and as big and round as a tree trunk. Watanabe knew at once that this was the arm of an ogre. So he drew his sword and cut at it fiercely. There was a loud yell of pain, and the ogre dashed in front of the warrior. Watanabe's eyes grew larger with wonder, for he saw that the ogre was taller than the great gate, his eyes flashing like mirrors in the light, and his huge mouth was wide open, and as the monster breathed, flames shot from out of his mouth. The ogre thought to terrify his foe, but Watanabe never flinched. He attacked the ogre with all his strength, and thus they fought face to face for a long time. At last the ogre, finding out he could neither frighten nor beat Watanabe, and that he himself may be beaten, took to flight. But Watanabe, determined not to let the monster escape, put spurs to his horse and gave chase. But though the knight rode very swift, the ogre ran faster, and to his disappointment he found himself unable to overtake the monster, who was gradually lost to his sight. Watanabe returned to the gate where the fierce fight had taken place, and got down from his horse, and as he did so, he stumbled upon something lying on the ground. Stooping to pick it up, he found that it was one of the ogre's huge arms, which he must have slashed off in the fight. His joy was great at having secured such a prize, for this was the best of all proofs of his adventure with the ogre. So he took it up carefully and carried it home as a trophy of his victory. When he got back, he showed the great arm to his comrades, who, one and all, called him the hero of their band and gave him a great feast. His wonderful deeds were soon noised abroad in Kyoto, and people from far and near came to see the ogre's arm. But now Watanabe began to grow uneasy as how he should keep the arm in safety, for he knew that the ogre to whom it belonged to was still alive. He felt sure that one day or another, as the ogre got over his scare, would come to try and get his arm back again. Watanabe therefore made a box of the strongest wood and bound it with iron. In this he placed the arm, and then he sealed down the heavy lid, refusing to open it for anyone. He kept the box in his own room, and took charge of it himself, never allowing it out of his sight. Now, one night he heard someone knocking at the porch, asking for admittance. When the servant went to the door to see who it was, there was only a very old woman, very respectable in appearance, of course. On being asked who she was and what her business, the old woman replied with a gentle smile, and said she had been nurse to the master of the house when he was but a little baby. If the lord of the house were at home, she begged to be allowed to see him. The servant left the old woman at the door, and went to tell his master that his old nurse had come to see him. Watanabe thought it strange that she should come at the time of night, but at the thought of his old nurse, who had been like a foster mother to him, and whom he had not seen for a very long time, a very tender feeling sprung up for her in his heart. He ordered the servant to show her in. The old woman was ushered into the room, and after the customary bows and greetings were over, she said, "Master, the report of your brave fight with the ogre at the gate of Rashomon is so widely known, even your poor old nurse has heard of it. Is it really true, what everyone says, that you cut off one of the ogre's arms? And if you did, that deed is highly to be praised." "I was very disappointed," said Watanabe, "that I was not able to take the monster captive, which was what I wished to do, instead of only cutting off an arm." "I am very proud to think," answered the old woman, "that my master was so brave as to dare to cut off an ogre's arm. There is nothing that can be compared to your courage. Before I die, it is my great wish of my life to see this arm," she added pleadingly. Watanabe shook his head. "No, I am sorry. I cannot grant you your request." "But why?" asked the old woman. "Because," said Watanabe, "ogres are very revengeful creatures, and if I open the box, there's no telling but that ogre may suddenly appear and carry off his arm. I've had a box made on purpose with a very strong lid, and in this box I keep the ogre's arm secure, and I never show it to anyone, no matter what happens." The old woman nodded her head. "Your precaution is very reasonable," she said. "But I am your old nurse. Surely you won't refuse to show me the arm? I've only just heard of your brave act, and not being able to wait until the morning, I came at once for you to ask to show it to me." Watanabe was very troubled at the old woman's pleading, but he still persisted in refusing. And then the old woman said, "Do you suspect me of being a spy sent by the ogre?" "No, of course not," said Watanabe. "I don't suspect you of being the ogre's spy. You're my old nurse." "Then you cannot surely refuse to show me the arm any longer," entreated the old woman, "for it is the great wish of my heart to see, for once in my life, the arm of the ogre." Watanabe could not hold out in his refusal any longer. At last he gave in. "Okay, then I will show you the ogre's arm, since you so earnestly wish to see it. Come, follow me." And then he led the way down to his room, the old woman following behind. When they were both in the room, Watanabe carefully shut the door, and then going towards a big box which stood in the corner of the room, he took off the heavy lid. He then called to the old woman to come in and look, for he never took the arm out of the box. "What is it like? Let me have a look at it," said the old nurse with a joyful face. She came nearer and nearer, as if she were afraid somehow, until she stood right against the box. Suddenly, she plunged her hand into the box and squeezed the arm, crying with a fearful voice which made the room shake, "Oh joy, I have got my arm back again!" And from the old woman she was suddenly transformed into the towering figure of a frightful ogre. Watanabe sprang back and was unable to move for a moment, so great his astonishment. But recognizing the ogre who had attacked him at the gate of Rashomon, he determined with his usual courage to put an end to him once and for all. He seized his sword, drew it out of its sheath, and in a flash tried to cut the ogre down. So quick was Watanabe that the creature had a narrow escape, but the ogre sprang up to the ceiling and, bursting through the roof, disappeared in the mist and clouds. In this way, the ogre escaped with his arm. The knight gnashed his teeth with disappointment, but that was all he could do. He waited in patience for another opportunity to dispatch the ogre. But the latter was afraid of Watanabe's great strength and daring, and he decided he better not trouble the people of Kyoto again. So, once more, the people of the city were able to go out without fear, even at night time. And, no matter the situation with the ogre, the brave deeds of Watanabe have not been forgotten since.